Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, wherever you are. We are back with more Run and Bun Hell Room. One of the hardest parts of this game, generally. I've had a few weeks to prepare for this, and I'm still not ready. For the most part, I have most of the things I want to do, lined up. I have 3 out of the 4 remaining fights in Hell Room completely prepared. But the final one against Maxi, I straight up have no way, not necessarily no way to defeat it, but I don't know how. I am very overly reliant on one Pokemon with a life orb. And because I am, it means I cannot really maneuver my way through easily because they will take too much damage between the interactions that he needs to do. So how are we gonna fix that? Well, I still have a few encounters lined up that I could grab. That is what I'm gonna be trying to do today, on top of the fights that I already did. First, we have 2 fights where I should be fine. Or at least, no, 1 fight where I have a riskless damages line. And 1 fight where I have a not riskless, but guaranteed to complete line. So after the first fight, we will be going for encounters and see if we can find some sort of different way to handle this fight. For this first fight, we need Kofu. We don't need Hamilton. Instead, we need Candace. Alistair is remaining. Prim is here for moral support, I wrote down, so I'm gonna assume that that's true. I needed Sneasler, Ingo, and who am I missing then? Oh, of course, Raihan, our absolute GOAT. Raihan has been instrumental for both the planning and the execution of this Hell Room in general, but most of most of the Magma Hideout that we've been going through, but especially Hell Room. Being a ghost Cybe means that he doesn't have to stay in. Hell Room, for those unaware, is the area of the game where every Pokemon you have is trapped inside a Magma Storm, and you will take damage over time, and you cannot switch out. There are 3 ways that there are exceptions. That is with the Shed Shell that Candace here is holding. It is through pivoting moves like Lana has, or like Kofu's ability. Or it's by being a ghost type. Which is why Raihan has been so good for this part of the game. So, we need to do 1 thing only. We need to do 2 things, actually. We need to invest 2 levels into Kofu. Golisopod in general is a mon you'd like to keep underleveled as long as you can. Sadly, it's no longer an option for me. In that same vein, I need to use a TM. At least it's a TM that I should have multiple of. Icy Wind. It's one of the few TMs that you can buy at the department store. And it's one we're going to learn to Candace. Stopping Tantrum has not been all that great for us. So it's fine to get rid of it for Icy Wind instead. For most of the fights, Earthquake does its job better anyway. Then we need, pardon me, to boot up the scripting tool, because we're going to be doing some pre-damaging here. But that will be in time once we are there. Anyway, hope everyone has had a good week, a good weekend, and happy Easter, everyone. It's Easter Day, or first Easter Day. In the Netherlands, we have a very weird relation with holidays, because we have multiple holidays, like national holidays that are based on like Christianity, Easter, I don't know what it's called, but Pinksteren, and of course Christmas. All three of those we have a second day of. We have first Easter day and second Easter day, which is one of the choices of all time. We also have that with Christmas, and we also have that with the aforementioned Pinksteren. I still don't know what that is actually called in English. My religious upbringing ended with high school, basically. Not that I'm against religion or anything, it's just that, yeah, I'm just an atheist. It's not much more to it. Pre-damage to, we need to pre-damage Candace to 152 HP. I'm gonna quickly, for my own sake, run through this line. I'm gonna do that hidden, so I can reveal how this one works as we go. Let's see, I needed you. I need to actually lead with Candace. Candace. Then we use this 79. There. Yep, okay, that makes sense. And I needed the pre-damage for the simple reason of that. I planned this line like 2 weeks ago. I've been mostly bashing my head against both the next one and, more importantly, the one after Tabitha. This one was... It took a little bit, but at some point I found like one part of the puzzle and like everything fell into place, basically. So I need to do this divided by 8. That is why. And to confirm, that works out. I guess I should be closing my WhatsApp, huh? Let's put this one away so I don't. Where was I? Oh, there, yeah. Because then it was that, then it was that, and then we go... Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we are good. We should be ready for the first fight. I'm a little nervous. I want to make sure that I have the right items. Let's actually do that. This one was very item light. I only need one shed shell. I'm actually, for the sake of it, let's give... Can we stop? Really? I want to give my second shed shell to Lana. Just in case, I guess. Wait, no, because the interaction I would be using Lana for... No, it's fine. It's good, it's good. Yeah, we're about as ready as we can be. I think that's all. Actually, this is not the right page. This is the right page, because then I can actually show off the team. This is the second grunt in Hell Room. It has a Grimmsnarl, Turtonator, Licky, Incineroar, and Jumpluff. Normally for Grimmsnarl, I would have Sneasler being able to take it out perfectly fine. Sadly, it has the Cavia Berry that you can see over there, which means I need to find a different solution. I think I found one. Of course, the main threat here is that Quick Claw Adamant Explosion from Licky, because it can just say, that one dies now. Did not hear what that cry was, but I don't think it matters. Let's go. Soon, very soon, a grand objective will be achieved. Please don't tell me that's a female one. No, it isn't, because I can see it at the bottom. Okay, thank God. Magma Grunt would like to battle. He starts with the Grimmsnarl. Once again, it has a Cavia Berry, it has Prankster, it has Play Rough, Darkest Lariat, Fake Out, and Scary Face. Candace here is pre-damaged. Specifically so that after one tick of Magma Storm, it will be exactly in range of a Play Rough kill. We are going to switch out to Kofu because right now, as the first turn, there's only going to be a Fake Out. We needed to do this specifically this way because Kofu here is going to be using First Impression to help out with the damage. And that Fake Out plus Magma Storm will never put me in range of anything specific. Furthermore, at 158 HP, neither a crit Play Rough nor a crit Darkest Lariat will ever kill me. That's why I needed the 2 levels, because a high roll crit, like a max roll crit Fake Out with the burn, the Hell Room damage would barely be able to take me out. I was on Leech Life, let's not do that. I'm going to switch these two, so First Impression is in the first slot. First Impression is the move we're going to click here to deal about half of the HP of Grimmsnarl. Even on a crit, that would never kill me. As we are slower, he was guaranteed to go for a Play Rough or Darkest Lariat. He also has Scary Face, which would be a move you can click if it's slower. Oh, that is cool. Now we actually still have, theoretically, a second emergency exit. We won't need it, but we have one. Kofu is now emergency exiting out to Candace. And this is where that pre-damage comes into play. Because if the AI sees a kill, it will always go for that kill rather than go for the speed reduction of Scary Face. At least that's what I hope, because there's no documentation on Scary Face specifically, but everything I've found, like in Discords and shit, implies that it would be guaranteed the same priority as a standard move, so a kill move will always be picked above, like before Scary Face would be picked. This is why we are at 118 HP. However, because we are still faster, Earthquake here is a guaranteed kill. Okay. My line was incredibly contingent on that being the case. So right now, Mamoswine is barely weak enough to not show a kill on Turtonator, while Turtonator does see a slow kill on us. We would also never see a fast kill from any of the other Mons. Mamoswine is faster than the Licky and the Incineroar, and the Jumpluff will never show a kill whatsoever. So we can do hefty damage, or we can switch it out. This is why we taught Icy Wind to Mamoswine, because this Turtonator has an eject pack, which will trigger once we use Icy Wind. So now he's gonna switch out, and because neither Licky Licky will see a kill, and nor will Incineroar, because the Incineroar sees that we can kill it, even though it's intimidating us, so we wouldn't technically be able to do that. So Jump Bluff comes in, and we have a fast kill with Ice Shard. Awesome. Apologies, that was my wife. Okay. So now we are almost in range of a kill. But with that pre-damage that we did to Turninator, we now show a kill on that Turninator. Therefore, it will never switch in because we show a fast kill. That gives it a priority of switch in of -1. Thus, Licky Licky is the only one that can switch in. He can only click one move, and that is Explosion. We have 2 ghost types to take that Explosion. We want to take it with Alistair. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. So we're going to go to Alistair. Alistair takes that Explosion naturally because, you know, he's a ghost type, so he's immune to it. So Licky Licky did a whole lot of nothing here. You can't see it, but I'm putting my thumbs up. Alright, Turninator is now switch in, and Turninator sees a kill with Overheat, and Overheat only. That is annoying, but not that scary, because we can go to Dragapult, and Dragapult here will bait very specific moves. Because Turninator will Overheat, and even after, like, either we take a crit, and will be in range of... I need to make sure that I say this correctly. Yeah. Turninator's Overheat would either on a non-crit never put us in Citrus Berry range. We have a Citrus Berry for a very specific situation. Or Turninator would crit us, and our Citrus Berry would put it outside of a specific health range that we need. However, in both of those scenarios, we still always show a Draco Meteor kill, even if he's at -2. We need that specifically so that Turninator doesn't go for Protect, because that will give us an extra turn and will add some inconsistency to the rest of his line. We're now Draco Meteoring, and that kills the Turninator. Perfect. Okay, this is exactly what I needed, how it needs to happen. Naturally, like, this was exactly how we needed it. We knew this was going to happen. We were very fortunate with how the EVs and the IVs of Raihan helped out here. So finally, we have the Incineroar. Of course, we can switch out here, so that's not really a big deal. The reason we needed to be above the 148, above the Citrus Berry range there, we needed to not bait Earthquake, because we are going to be switching to Ingo. Ingo here will show a kill, of where we'll be able to kill with close combat. But we needed to come in on knockoff specifically, because the other 2 moves could kill us. Fake Out would have been fine too, but naturally, since the ghost type, that was not going to happen anyway. CC kills. And now that is this fight complete. And it was the only riskless fight of this gauntlet, because I apparently missed something in the last fight, and the next one I have a tiny issue. Okay, I'm not getting anything here, so let's escape rope out. And then fly back. Actually, no, we're not going to fly back. We're going to fly to Slateboard. Alright. Went quite well, right? Nothing to really worry about. Nothing to really be scared about. This next fight has a bunch of nuisances. Let me actually bring it there at the bottom of the screen for you guys. The next fight, the main issue here is that there is a sticky web going up on turn 1, most likely. And what we had in mind could not avoid that, or at least only had a chance to do so. We could not really avoid it, and as a result there are small chances that we lose 1, maybe even 2 mons. I believe it's just 1, but I believe it's only 1. However, it's our only steel type, and naturally I'd like to keep that because steel is a very valuable type. So the way around it is probably by getting our encounters. This is one of the 2 that I had in mind to get. Well, actually no, there's only 3 mons I could get still. I have my Game Corner encounter, I have my Route 134 encounter, and I have the Magma Hideout encounter. I'm gonna probably pull at least everything but the Game Corner. I wanted to keep that one in case of emergency, and I didn't quite see any that would help me all that much. It's not quite true, but it's true enough, I guess. Here, I believe I was looking at the surfing encounter and not so much the fishing encounter, because I don't think Lantern would help me much, though I do need to look that up. I've not really actively looked up how well to, like, what is good here, what is bad here. Naturally, I know Skuda is a good mon. Fast, has swift swim. Yeah, it's good. I wanted to get the encounter list from... actually, no, I wanted to check the Pokédex real quick. Because I want to see if what Lantern brings. He will bring Surf, Ice Beam, Heal Bell, Thunderbolt, and you can get access to Hydro Pump after. There's no pivoting there, there's no statusing there. Yeah, okay, I could get a status move on it, but not yet. It's neat. It's not necessary. I think I'm fine without. Dragalge, I know, is not that good. He tends to just kind of be kind of poor, I guess. That said, it's another poison attacker, which I don't have many of, but it's also, that's kind of a type that I don't need many of. Like grass I can cover decently well, and dragons or fairy types less so, sure, but still decently enough. And then there are the Quillfish, which is going to be in both either way, the Barraskewda, which is in both either way, and the Sharpedo, which is in both either way. So because Lantern and Dragalge don't help me, I believe I'm gonna, like, one last check on Skrelp, maybe? Because if I can get a low-level Skrelp, I get another Toxicer, I guess. Which is useful. But I don't think that's useful enough to where I care. Not to mention, I believe I'm out of, like, under-leveled mons for that specifically. And I'm not gonna use corpses, that's not just... Oh no, wait, I do, I have Wallace. Ooh. Not that that matters, actually, but whatever. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna go for that. I'm just gonna go fishing. I'm just gonna go surfing. So I need to bring basically my grass types, I guess, and my water resists, which involve Gyarados, let's first remove these two for now. I think that's enough for now. I will bring Prim, Kofu, no. Do I have a sleep inducer still, or something like a paralysis inducer? I do have a paralysis inducer in Elisa. And Lisa can also kind of bulk well enough there. Ramos is just a wall. And I probably want like a good dark resist. Which I don't really have too many of, but Clay... Maybe just like a good all-purpose physical wall in Kiawe. Okay, let's also heal up. And just like hand out citrus berries to everyone but Lisa. I'll probably not need them, but then again, I probably won't need that. I probably won't need 200 for the remainder of this game. It's not like I'm going to be using all of them. Okay, so 134. That would be here. And we're going to surf, so we're just going to turn off the repellents, and we're going to see if we can find something. Alright, okay, what are we getting? A Kingdra, that is a dupe, we can reroll. I forgot Misty was under-leveled. I probably don't mind keeping it that way. It's not like I'm gonna be using him for this part of the game anyway. Sharpedo. I know Sharpedo Knight is in a game. I don't remember where. Sharpedo also is very, very frail, so I'm not going to be doing much damage to it right now. What I will do is just use a quick ball. That did not work. Okay. So Sharpedo's moveset right now is... let's see. It's Flip Turn, Waterfall, Dark Pulse, Crunch. That Flip Turn is really, really good. I'm gonna use a Netball, I guess, then. Okay, well, that's clearly not working. We're just gonna keep going. Okay, let's use... I want to check, because I know this thing is absolutely frail as shit. What if I were to use a Sharpedo blank set, level 50, zeros and everything? That's always what you kind of need to assume for the damage. And then I want to look at the Flip Turningtons. A Flip Turn could kill. Holy shit. I will just go switch to Lana anyway, because the moves that Sharpedo will be using will all be resisted by Lana. She has a incredible time taking everything here. And to that end, let's actually So it's Dark Pulse, Flip Turn, Crunch, and what was that fourth move? It was Waterfall. So yeah, no, he's not threatening Alana whatsoever. I don't want to risk it, so I'm gonna go to Elisa and just try and paralyze it. He will not, yeah, no, he will not deal significant damage to me. I will Mega and I will Thunder Wave. Alright, that should help a bit. Let's see. One. Come on. Don't be like this. Don't be like this. I am curious. I'm not going to check that now, but I am curious as to where the Sharpedo Knight is. I will get another Intim in, I guess. Yeah, no, the damage from Misty is way too much. Ramos, maybe? Don't know if what Ingo's damage looks like. Like, too much as well. So I brought a whole team that basically cannot do damage to this guy. So we're just gonna chuck balls. Okay, alright. Misty went to level 70. And Sharpedo is added to the decks. And added to the box. What is this Sharpedo's name? I need a female water or dark type user. Female, wait. Let's see what if there's anything on Bulbapedia that I can think of that would help me. Because notable trainers: Karen, Sydney, Grimsleep, Bryson Man, Nanu, Marnie, Pierce, Giacomo. And on the water type end of it, I could go for Karen. Spin-off, no. Here? Yeah, Misty, Wallace, Swan. Like, it's basically Nessa or it's Lita. Isn't Lita a trainer who uses... Oh, he uses Starmie, right? It's a dancer girl. You know what? I think I like giving this one the name of Courtney. I know that Courtney is not really a good user, a good Mon user or something. You know, being a part of Team Aqua and all that, but it fits, right? Okay, Sharpedo. Having an extra pivoter is really good, but having such a frail mon to do it, it's not that great. Bashful, neutral nature, rough skin is guaranteed. And holy, those are good stats, at least on the physical side. Like, the bulk is not that relevant. It's not going to be irrelevant, but it's not going to be relevant. I don't think this will make a difference, but we will see if that is true. Let's run a quick export. And then I can update both the team in the commands as well as my own team. Get rid of the citruses. That's it. And now we need to... Oh, where is my team again? I don't remember where I put it. Here, okay. Cool. And the Sharpedo in particular, I'm gonna add to my own lineup. I'm gonna just copy it. Go to my scripts or my damage calculator. Give it liquidation, because that's a move that's still gonna learn. And we now have Sharpedo on our team. For what it's worth, Sharpedo is not that useful. But he might actually come in handy for the upcoming fight. Granted, we are -1 in that situation, so we're faster than him still, so we only need to show 2-shot. Here I need to show a 1-shot, which I won't be able to, and here I need to show a 1-shot, which I won't be able to. That's not true. If I have access to it, then I could maybe make use of a Dark Gem. I believe I do have that. I got myself a Sharpedo. So that is ticked off. I need my life sheet, not this one. Dark Gem. Dark Gem, Dark Gem, Dark Gem. I do have a Dark Gem. Yeah, I do have a Dark Gem. Ooh. That might mean it works, but it would mean I need to reconsider my entire line for this fight. Not to mention, I'm not sure if that would solve things or just move the goalpost, basically. Here, you guys. You know what? Let's bring you guys over here. Grunt 15 is the one that we are working on then. And the one that we might need to redo. If I see that it won't help much, then I won't do anything with it. But... oh, it doesn't work. It doesn't work anyway. Because the damage from the Dark Gem boosted move means Carnivine is still seen as Tuesday Bug, fast kill, thus it can't switch in. And that's the main thing I wanted to avoid. And seeing as I can't, that just kind of screws it over. Not to mention, it means I still need to do the exact same investments. So it doesn't make any difference. That means we're gonna go and try at the other encounter that we still have remaining and see if that might do anything. And this is one where we need to decide. Okay, there's two technically I could still do. I still have the Marvel City Game Corner. I can get one of these. In practice, it just means this one. Dratini, Bagon, or Dino. I have a Dragon Flying type, is the thing. So I don't really want Dratini, and I don't really want Bagon. Dino is often considered top 10 of this game. So would absolutely be a welcome addition. It also has U-turn, which is incredible for these fights. Not to mention the reason I wanted to use Honchgrow there, and Dino, or Hydreigon rather, would do the exact same thing, but probably safer. Probably. No, definitely, actually. So, it's worth considering, but if we're going to do that, we might as well try it here in this room. Granted, we saw how it went with Sharpedo. Sharpedo has a naturally low encounter or catch rate, 60. That is not great. But, yeah. So we're looking at Hell Room for our encounter. That's the one I was at least considering, because I do have like a full lineup that I could bring to try and get this encounter. I have Torterra, Primarina, Slowbro, Milo, Zelmise, and Basculegion. And those 6 should be able to counter every single Mon that I can find here. Or at least take it on decently well. So I do see like a potential way to like try this one, but I know it's naturally very, very risky. On top of that, the main fight that I'm still worried about would be the Maxi fight, for which a Chlorophyll Grass type, like the ones over here, would also be a great addition. Not to mention, because the high roll here is Volcarona. Arguably Volcarona at least. And even Charizard would not be a bad addition, because you can get Megazord late. Later, at least. And Houndoom, like Mega Houndoom is one I'm going to get very soon as well. Then again, I have like 4 Megamons at this point. I believe Sharpedo Knight is available after Aqua Hideout. Yeah, that about tracks. That's what I was expecting. So I don't want to send it because it feels very, very wrong. But I'm gonna send it anyway. That means because I prepared like a proper lineup that I would want to bring for a Hell Room encounter. And it involved Milo, it involved Cress. It involved Alistair, Ramos, Lana, and Will. These are my bulkiest Mons. These are the ones that I can most easily take on the moves, and a bunch of them have recovery as well. I need that to go here. I need you to get one. You can put it back in the bag. You are going to be getting one. And these 2 would be getting shed shells. That would be my encounter team. At least that was what I had in mind. I'm gonna just give it a whirl. I feel like I'm weak right now. I might not be because I do have a lot of good Mons, but I do still kind of feel weak. So, yeah. Hypnosis. I will be teaching it Hypnosis over Tackle. We're going to go up, 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 refresh. I prefer Safeguard. And I'm going to get rid of everything else here anyway. We're going to go up, 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 Surf. Yep, by Aquatail. Hydro Pump. No, I can teach that anyway. Dragon Pulse. I'll get rid of Flail. And then it should be Recover. Yup. This is the one where I was not sure if I should keep Dragon Pulse, keep Safeguard, arguably keep Hypnosis. I think Hypnosis here for the simple reason that I'm using it for an encounter. Dragon Pulse is not a bad shout, but I don't think it's going to be that influential. But then again, neither would Safeguard be. I think I like Safeguard more than I like Dragon Pulse. And there should be one more move, and it's Scald. Yep. 74, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And now Wallace is all leveled up. Okay. Did I have a flyer, actually? No, I do not. But I'm not that far. I'll just bike it. It's gonna take a bit, but that means I can talk to you guys about what's going on, what has been going on. Cause life has gotten hectic in the past few weeks for me. Both good and bad. And also just kind of simple with some of it. Like, I've been playing a Slay the Spire 2 co-op tournament with my sister. Honestly, very fun. Very fun, well set up. It's like, I was considering doing more Slay the Spire streams, but because co-op is like the main pull for it, and I don't want to commit to streaming Slay the Spire, because that means I don't have as much opportunity to play the game. There's on the bad side of things, my father-in-law has been diagnosed with lymphoma, which, for what it's worth, it has been a very good version of lymphoma, but it's still, you know, naturally bad news. But just this Friday, I've been told that our bid got accepted on a new house. So yeah, that has been the past 4 weeks. Like, all of that has been happening in the past 4 weeks. On top of that, like, you know, work, visiting new houses to like look up to find like a new place to live. We're not like we were actively looking, but we are not like in a hurry to find something or anything. It just happened to work out that way, I guess. We've outgrown where we are, but we're not in trouble in finding something, I guess. Like, we're not in trouble if we're not finding something soon or something. We wanted to find someone we didn't need to. I'm trying to think what else there's been. Yeah, on the work side of things, I've been going through 4 laptops in the past month. My old one did not want to boot up anymore on Monday. Then I used my personal laptop for a bit. And then I had a new laptop, but I had to give that one to a colleague because he needed it more. And then I got another new laptop as a result. So 4 laptops in like a very short time span. And then last Friday I had a 6-player Spirit Island board game night, which took ridiculously long, but it's such a fun game. And it's very cool to play in general. And then, like, if you're into difficult board games, specifically collaborative ones, look up Spirit Island. It's very expensive, but it's so good. We're here. Hellroom's encounters include Hydreigon, Excadrill, Garchomp, Flygon, Tyranitar, Ursaluna, Volcarona, Camerupt, we don't care, Charizard, Houndoom, Bagon, and Shogun. Barring specifically Houndoom and Charizard, every single mon that we could find here is good to great. Flygon is another that is like, okay, I suppose. Tyranitar is not good right now, but in general, just, you know, pseudo-legendary. Garchomp, pseudo-legendary. No shit that's good. Wait, why did they have damage? You know what? We're just gonna use some potions for that. We'll do that the legal way. Even though I could technically just go back. Actually, I do it with orange berries because I have plenty of those. No, I don't want to... No. Use. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And we're gonna need to pre-burn Milotic there. What did I call Milotic? Wallace, obviously. Pre-burn 1. Because Wallace here has Marvel skills, so that defense buff is important, I suppose. Well, not, yeah, important. Are we doing this? Yup. What are we getting? Excadrill. I think, for my sake, that might be the best mon to get. I will need to look up the damage calculator. We're going to do this very, very specifically. I want to make sure that I maximize my odds. And I want to make sure that I don't risk any mons on my end. So, Excadrill. The moveset that Excadrill can have. It has both Sand Force or Sand Rush. Not relevant here. It will have Earthquake, High Horsepower, Stone Edge, Iron Head. I had a mon... Like, I brought specifically Ramos to 1v1 the Excadrill. But I want to make sure that I want to check if I could throw in Ultra Ball here. Or Quick Ball here. Damage calculator. This one... Where is Milo? Where's Wallace? There's Wallace. Wallace. Excadrill. With Earthquake. High horsepower. Not high jump kick. High horsepower. Iron Head. And Stone Edge. At level 69, let's assume an animate nature and assume no defense, no special defense, and no HP. That's the best way to go about it. Earthquake here has a chance to kill, but it doesn't because we are burnt. Meaning Earthquake crit will never kill us. Even if it's adamant. So we could theoretically throw a Quick Ball or Hypnosis here. I'm gonna go for the former and throw a Quick Ball. And just get in. Just make this done. Boom! Oh, and Excadrill is so incredible for my team. Like, genuinely, I love having an extra steel type. It means I don't mind losing... It means I have a lot more safety, and it means I don't mind risking my other steel type as much. Okay, what is Excadrill's name going to be? Excadrill, I need a female ground type user or female steel type user. Steel type already used, because that's Poppy. Ground type. Look, you would call this one clay if we didn't already A, have a clay, and B, this one is female, so you don't use clay. For the ground types, I know Bertha is one. I know there's, but it's Tarragon who has the one in ZA. There's Hapu, there's Bertha. Let's also look at Steel. I think I'll call this one Hapu. If I can't think of anything else. Is Amaris? Who's Amaris? Oh, it's a Blueberry Academy Elite 4 guy. She does use Alolan Duck Trio, I guess. Yeah, I'm fine with Amaris. How do you say that name? Amaris? Okay, well that gambit paid off. I did not expect that to just be as easy as it was. Okay, let's go look at him. Because Excadrill is incredible. For what I like. I didn't quite need a ground type actually, so like on that front it's not that good, but having an extra steel type really is good. Not to mention, I think it does actually influence my line quite a bit. Because I think it means I can actually adjust my line and use Amaris over what I had in mind. Is that true? No, because of the... No, that's not necessarily true. Still, we have a bold Excadrill, but Sand Force, okay. I'd prefer Sand Rush, I think, but it's not that big a deal. And... okay. This is... good. It's a shame that the nature is as poor as it is, I guess. But beyond that, it is good. Let's run another export so we can add, like, put the Milotic at the right level. Where's my team? It is over here. Milotic is now updated. And we can add Excadrill, which is gonna be right around here. I'll just put it at the bottom. And I will also export that one to my own damage calculator and see if he makes any semblance of a difference. If I could bait Thunderbolt, it would probably be the case. Excadrill is another rapid spinner for me, potentially too. That's also quite good. Okay, I think this does facilitate me having a different potential line. But I would need to look that up. I'm not sure if I want to do that considering the whole... how long that takes, you know? So, let's go here and see if we need to adjust anything at all. if we could adjust anything at all. I'm also fine doing it this way, but I prefer if I could avoid it. You know? Especially now with, like, I have a electric immunity, so I could theoretically work it out that way. An extra, like I have an extra rapid spinner, which would actually potentially help out a lot. Right now, okay, so let me go over the plan as I have it right now. I've had like 3 versions of this. The gist of it is I use Pult as the lead with a Dragon Fang, which gives me a decent chance with Dragon Darts. Which gives me a small chance to take out the Galvantula. He would set up Sticky Web, and I would bait in Mac Mortar, clicking Psychic and only Psychic. I would then switch to Honchkrow, who can defog away the Sticky Web, provided if it goes awry. If it doesn't, we're good. But if he does, then I still have a small chance of losing 1 Mon. He would eventually bait in the Arbok, clicking Gunk Shot, because he's faster than the Ursaring. And as a result, we'll have to switch out into a Steel type. However, there's a small chance that he goes for Aqua Tail if there is some bad luck happening with like my moves. So that combination of situations means I could lose Berserker. It also means I have to both invest Defog into a Honchkrow, which is not the best one to give that to, as well as invest a Heart Skill and like still risk Berserker. That is where I'm at right now. I want to check if like using Excadrill against the Mac Mortar would make a difference. Because at -1, I would be slower than even the Ursaring. Okay, that is an issue. So Excadrill cannot help out here. Even if I were to skill Rapid Spin on it. Well, that kind of answers my questions, I guess. And we're just gonna send this line. Let's do some quick cleanup in the ordering of my team, because I had it so that everyone that was under-leveled was in the same area. And now that's still the case. So who are we bringing for this fight? We're going to be bringing Raihan. Wallace can be put here. We're going to be using Kofu. I do need to recalc a little bit over there, but that is fine. We're going to quickly get rid of the items, because that annoys the hell out of me. Spoiler alert, Poppy's going to be brought. And we need another one on Cyrus. And that is everything we need. And we're bringing Cyrus. Thank you, Will, for being back up there. We're bringing Poppy. Thank you, Lana, for being back up there. We're bringing Cress. Thank you, Ramos. We're bringing Kofu, and we're bringing Ingo. And that's everything. And then item-wise, we need a Lumbberry on crests. One of our 100. Oh no, anyway. We're going to be using a Dragon Fang on Dragapulse. On Raihan here. Kofu is going to get a Citrus. Citrus. And Ingo is going to stay that way. Ingo is going to be itemless once again. I need to recalc one teensy tiny bit. Glisspot is a higher level than I have written down over here, so I need to adjust accordingly. He will be taking that. So it's 79. I need to make sure that I'm 211, so that's 105, 104, 134. This is where we're at. Okay. Is that correct? Double checking if I put the level at the right position. 211. 105, 104 is the threshold, so 134 because I need to take at least 30 HP worth of damage. Yep, so that checks out. Then it's time to use a heart skill. We will be remembering a move. Specifically on Raihan. We're going to teach it its signature move, or its unique move, Dragon Darts. It is an awesome move. It is absolutely worth bringing, and it's like a skill that was going to happen anyway. I was just waiting to see maybe I could use Disable at some point in time. It didn't actually work out, unfortunately. Let me take down that I used a heart skill. Raihan Pulse. Raihan D-Darts. Relearn. Then we're going to be using some TMs. Hello? Oh, there. We need to use a Smart Strike TM on Poppy. We're going to get rid of Night Slash, because every other move in that learn set is more valuable than Night Slash is. And we're going to be using our one and only Defog TM, and we're using it on an offensive Mon in Cyrus. It sucks. It is something I have to do, and I need to get rid of Superpower. Sucker Punch and Brave Bird are way too valuable, and Air Slash is a move I need to keep for this fight specifically, meaning I only have Superpower remaining as a choice. In theory, I could get rid of Air Slash instead. Actually, no, because I do need Brave Bird for this fight specifically as well. Okay. Then the fight-specific prep, so not like the permanent things. We're going to be doing some pre-damaging, we're going to do some toxicking, and we're going to do some... actually, that's it. Do I have repellent on? I didn't. So... now I do again. Up, up, up towards Magma Hideout. Okay. And towards Hell Room, where we're going to be doing the prep in terms of like pre-damaging and shit. So I could, in theory, I probably need to show how to do one of these things, but I have shown this before. because we are going to be pre-toxicking our Berserker. Naturally, as a steel type, you couldn't usually do it. Thankfully, there are Wild Salazzle on Route 113. 13? I believe 13. And on Route 113, thanks to that, you can just toxic anything, including a steel type. Alright. We only need to do 3 things. We need to pre-toxic Poppy. We need to pre-damage Raihan to 173. And we need to pre-damage Kofu to 134. This is what that looks like in practice. Did I not scroll up fully here? Oh, I still had it on... Okay, that works. That checks out. Okay, now we're good. Okay, so there is about a 0.5% chance that I risk a Berserker KO here. So a 1 in 2,000 that I lose 1 Mon. Beyond that, we should be fine. There's also the investments we needed to do for this fight specifically. The losing superpower there hurts. Can't be helped. 173, that checks out. Okay. Let's go. You're not finished yet. You're not getting by me easily. Anyway, hire me for voice work or something? No, please don't. You're not gonna get good voices. Raihan! Okay, so Raihan here is our lead. The reason he's our lead is twofold. First off, he's gonna be the Mon that takes out the Galvantula. Second off, he's gonna be a Mon that that helps with the Mac Mortar. Third, he's gonna be a Mon that is... No, actually, that's it. So we are gonna Dragon Dart. We are faster. We're not showing any kills from Galvantula, so he's not gonna go for anything other than Sticky Web, which would slow down our entire team. Dragon Darts has about a 33% chance to kill. If that happens, all risk is gone. And we're guaranteed to be deathless for this fight. So just roll that. 1. High roll it. Damn it. Okay. No worries. That just means that we still have a risk ongoing. We're going to get 1 tick of Magma Storm. And we had made this so that we are still fine even if it did take 2 turns. We're going to Sucker Punch for the kill. Whether we Dragon Darts or Sucker Punch did not really matter. Alright, another Magma Storm tick. And this will bait in Mac Mortar. Mac Mortar sees a slow kill with Psychic and only Psychic. Cyrus is a Dark type, so naturally he can take that. Now, this means Mac Mortar, who has a choice specs by the way, is stuck clicking Psychic over and over and over. We are faster than Ursaring, and show a 2-shot on Ursaring. We are slower than Arbok, but we show a 1-shot into Arbok. Barely. We're also, thanks to Tuesday Bug, slower than Carnivine, but we also show a 1-shot, very easily I might add, into Carnivine. That means Mac Mortar will always stay in. I triple checked the Tuesday Bug that was described for being a reason to cause switches. There should not ever be a switch here. And he should just be stuck clicking Psychic over and over. We learned from that first Tuesday Bug fight. Abso-fucking-lutely we did. Because we're not going to make the same mistake twice. At least not on that side. Not on that front. Okay. With Defog, the Sticky Web is now gone, meaning our speed control is back on our side. We need it for one specific interaction only. So, yeah. Now, Air Slash here has about a 31% chance to KO in 3 shots. And we hope that that's the case, because if we can do it with Air Slash, we are fine. We need to specifically look at the damage range that Magma is at right fucking now. So we're going to take a look at the ruler, and we see that he is... That is 30.5%-ish, right? I need to check what the damage range was again. Air Slash deals 30.4% minimum to this Magma. Oh no! This could be like a 1 HP range for him to live. So there's 2 ways to do this. There's 2 risks I can take. I either take the kill with Air Slash and never risk a flame body burn. I can also Sucker Punch and just take the kill guaranteed, risking the flame body burn. That's my 2 options here. If Air Slash does not hit the range, we are still risking Berserker. If Sucker Punch would cause a burn on Cyrus, we would still risk the Berserker. So we have 2 options. And man, that is close. I said for myself, as long as it's below 30%, I will risk it. And this is at 30%. Air Slash could flinch as well, nowhere slower. So no, it cannot. And the flinch is not relevant anyway. It's about the amount of turns it takes. This one sucks so bad because it's the exact threshold. Okay. Technically speaking, if I am Flame Body proc is higher chance, how many rolls don't kill? Probably 1. But I'm gonna check that. The thing is, that 1 is more detrimental than the burn would be, because it would still, if it does burn me, it would add a 20-ish% chance for it to go awry, and even that is potentially. Whereas an Air Slash miss would increase that chance exponentially, like would make that chance like much higher. Air Slash rolls, there's 1 roll. There is no way that because it's 67, then 69, 69. That's the 3 lowest rolls, and I know that it is above 69, below 69 HP. I believe that. I trust that the ruler shows me that. So it's 1 roll. At least I think it's 1 roll. Okay, let's send it. Let's send Air Slash. And we're just gonna kill. We're just gonna kill with this Air Slash. Okay. Good. Okay, that means we are good. That means that the risk is gone. The reason we needed that to specifically kill or that I would not burn is because this is gonna get in. Why did that happen? What are you doing? Arbok was gonna come in, and Arbok now sees a kill with Gunk Shot and Gunk Shot only. If we were to get burnt, we would be in range of an Aqua Tail kill. Because we are right now guaranteed to switch to Poppy, if an Aqua Tail were to be clicked, there is a small chance that Poppy would be KO'd. But since we switch into Gunk Shot, we take no damage that first turn, meaning that everything on this side is safe. Poppy has a Shed Shell, so we are not trapped right now. The same was the case with the Honchkrow right now. And we have learned, if we taught Poppy Smart Strike, so we have a guaranteed hit on this Arbok. This Arbok lets me actually... Oh, I see that also went away. There we go. Okay, now we can see that again. This Arbok has Bright Powder. And the Bright Powder means that there is a 10% chance for moves to miss, provided they are not guaranteed to hit. Smart Strike is guaranteed to hit, which is why we taught it to Arbok. To Poppy. He's gonna Aqua Tail us. And, okay, it didn't crit, so it didn't even matter. Okay, and that is Smart Strike. That means Arbok is down. And we take a bit more. We cannot risk any further damage, so we're gonna go to Cress. Cress can take an Aqua Tail just fine. And the Aqua Tail also has no other effects that it can do, so we are good on that front. Now, Cress does not have a move that's guaranteed to hit. Or does it? Because there are some advantageous bugs in this game. They're rare, but there are a few. Specifically, Poltergeist. Poltergeist has been bugged, and it will never ever miss. So Poltergeist is safe to collect care. Yeah, okay, he could gunshot me, he could also glare me. I have a Lumberry for either situation, so that I would never be dead to whatever shenanigans could happen, and the paralysis would never be procced on me. It's also why we pre-toxic Poppy, because he could glare if we did not do that. It's why we needed to risk the Aqua Tail, because we could either not risk the Aqua Tail killing us, or we could not risk, like, the glare causing shenanigans. We needed to risk the glare. Ursaring. Ursaring here is gonna go for Crunch or Earthquake. Kofu can take both of those, and is at a pre-damage range where an Earthquake will always put me in emergency exit range. Crunch more easily happens that, but even a Crunch crit would never kill me. We can have a Citrus Berry. We did not need it in hindsight, but whatever. We're gonna go to Ingo. Ingo here is a very fast boy, and Ingo is now trapped for the rest of this fight. That is fine. We don't care. Because Ingo has a perfect moveset for this fight. He has CC, which is guaranteed to kill, and double check that. It is guaranteed to kill the Ursaring. And then in comes the Carnivine, the remaining mon on this team, and Poison Jab is also guaranteed to kill that. We didn't even need an item to do that, it was just that clear. That clear. Cool! So, we did lose our default TM, and we did have to use a hard skill, but it was a hard skill I was going to use eventually anyway. And yeah, the other one hurts. But no deaths. So far, so good. Was I that easy to knock down? Yes, I guess. Okay, there is Tabitha. Tabitha? Tabitha, right? Yeah. Alright, so Tabitha, I do have a full line for. I want to see if using Excadrill would make a difference there, but I'm going to assume no. See, it's here and it's there. Nope. No, it would not. Then we're just gonna set the original line I had in mind, and we're gonna see at least one more death here. Potentially two. Let's fly back to Lava Ridge. Okay, well, this fight has now been beaten, and that means we are gonna go to the first boss fight of Hellroom. This one I have fully prepared for. It involves at least one sacrifice, potentially two. But if that second one were to happen, it means we got very unlucky. For this fight, we're gonna need Raihan, we're gonna need not Cyrus, we need Gordy. We don't need Cress. Instead, we need Claire. We are going to be bringing Hamilton. We're going to be keeping Ingo on the team, and we're going to be keeping Kofu on the team. Let's also move around the items. Specifically, let's put these back into the bag. Actually, I put them back into the bag, but I need them anyway. I need you to have a shed shell. Yep, we're going to have double insurance there. Can't be helped. We're going to be using a shed shell for Ingo. We're going to be using a cherry berry for Hamilton. We're going to be using a citrus berry for Claire, who needs to be leveled. And we're going to be using a heartstone for Gordy. And we're going to be using a muscle band for Raihan. Muscle band is very specific here. I think that's probably the coolest part of this line. We need it to specifically be muscle band, even though we could easily use like Dragon Fang, Spell Tag, Life Orb. No, none of those would work. We need it to be muscle band specifically. All of them are need to be at full health. All of them need to be no status. So we are good to go right away. And like I said, there's gonna be a sacrifice in this run, and there's gonna be one potential sacrifice in this run, in this fight. Oops. Also, before I forget, let's level up both Gordy, who's gonna go all the way up to 79, and Claire, who's gonna go all the way up to 79. Okay. And now we're gonna go ahead and continue down, continue down. This fight has been like, honestly, no, I say this one has been nightmarish to plan. Honestly, not really. It's mostly about the end game. I needed a way to ensure the end game, and I did not see one, at least not one that was easy. I basically have a diverging line in this one, but it diverges in a way where it only adds one potential death to this fight. There is Tabitha. Our lead Raihan is good. Muscle band, yep. Shed shell, heartstone, shed shell, cherry berry, citrus berry. We need to do one more thing before I forget, and that is we need to teach Surf to Claire. Alright, Ingo can learn that. Cute. We're gonna get rid of Icy Wind. We can reteach that at any point. About as ready as we can be, I guess. Yeah, okay. I checked. I wanted to double check what I had written down so that it's correct, and it is. Okay. We're gonna say some goodbyes here. Let's do it. You made it this far, but so I tell you. So, That's right, up ahead, Groudon is sleeping. Maxie went to Groudon just seconds ago. It's going to awaken real soon. Alright. That Groudon, by the way, is going to be very annoying too, but for now, let's focus on Tabitha, who leads with a Blacephalon. This Blacephalon is incredibly fast and has a Focus Sash. It also has Beast Boost and Hasty Nature, meaning it will boost its speed if it takes a KO. It also has Explosion, so you kind of want to make sure that you take it out very quickly, or take it out with priority or whatever, or have something that can take the Explosion. Raihan fits all of the above. Blacephalon is very, very frail, and Raihan is faster than Blacephalon, meaning Dragon Darts here is a guaranteed kill even through a Focus Sash because it hits twice. This part of the fight was peanuts. The Blacephalon I was never scared of. Now, depending on what item I gave Raihan, I could bait in a different Mon. It could have been Yanmega, it could have been Hitmonlee, and it could have been Absol, I believe. No, it could have been Yanmega, Absol, or even Victini. I think it's one of those three. Or maybe Snorlax. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. We chose for Absol. I saw a few people do this as well. I noticed that it was probably the best way to do it. Because one of the moves, Raihan doesn't show a kill into Absol. And Absol sees a kill with one of its two moves. Sucker Punch or Night Slash. However, Sucker Punch is a fast move, therefore it will always go for that Sucker Punch. I think I actually needed to pre-damage to guarantee it, but I don't remember if that's true. No, I did not need to. Because he will always, always, always go for Sucker Punch here, because that shows a fast kill. That means we are safe to switch in Kofu. Because the Sucker Punch here will never kill, or will never deal any damage to Kofu because, you know, it needs you to attack it. And even a Mega Evolved Mega Absol first impression on Kofu is a guaranteed one-shot. Now, that means Absol would probably Sucker Punch us. We don't care because first impression has one extra priority over Sucker Punch and will always go first. We take 2 ticks of... it's so loud. 2 ticks of damage from the Magma Storm. It will bait in the Yanmega, clicking Air Slash. We don't want to take that with Kofu, and therefore we are going to go ahead and switch into Gordy. Gordy can take that Air Slash, and as you may have noticed from the item selection, it is holding a Heartstone. Lycanroc, Gordy or Lycanroc, is going to fight its last fight right here and now. We can take an Air Slash, even on a crit, we will never be dead to that, plus 2 ticks of Magma Storm. I keep forgetting that name. And Accelerock here with a Heartstone is a guaranteed kill. Furthermore, because Yanmega sees a kill itself with Giga Drain, it will never protect, it will always go for that kill, especially considering it's a fast kill. The main thing Gordy could do, take out Yanmegas with Accelerock, because it didn't care about speed boost and it didn't care about Tinted Lens all that much. This baits in Victini. This is where the line diverges a tiny bit. If we see Victini, click V-Create specifically, we are still risking a Mon. If we do not, we are safe and we are guaranteed to get this fight with only 1 death. We're going to Accelerock one more time and deal about 50%. He goes for Bolt Strike. That means we are no longer risking any further Mons. Gordy, thank you for all that you did. Raihan comes in. Raihan is faster than Victini, and at this HP range... I was going to say I could even go for Draco Meteor. I don't think I actually can. Yes, I could, but I need to check the exact damage that he's on. No, I cannot because I'm not holding a Dragon Fang, I'm holding Muscle Band. that means I have to go for Phantom Force. Phantom Force means we are allowed to dodge the Psychic. We do have to take an extra tick of the Magma Storm, but then we kill the Victini with that Phantom Force. This baits in the Snorlax. We take one more tick of Magma Storm. We will take another in a little bit, and thanks to the Health Muscle Band, we needed that one very specifically so that he will never click Curse here. He will only ever click Heat Crash. We can take one Heat Crash and Dragon Darts it for damage. We don't need it to kill, we just need to deal damage. We take the Heat Crash, and as you can see, we could take that just fine. We cannot take another though, so we need to get out of there. We get some leftovers recovery. He will not see a kill with Heat Crash. That is fine. That's a risk we had to take. It's not really a risk for us anyway. Kofu can come in on the Heat Crash, and with the pre-damage that we have taken, or with the damage we've taken so far, we should be able to use Kofu here just fine. I actually did need to pre-damage Kofu a tiny bit, and I forgot to do that, and now we are still risking something. It's something that can't be helped, though. Because there's two things that can happen. He could go for rest here, and that means we're safe again. Because he is now resting, that means he has 2 turns where he's not going to do anything, and we can safely switch out with Kofu. If we want to, I can also make this work with doing a Leech Life right here. So I will do that instead. So I will Leech Life. He did turn 1 of his Rest Sleep. Critical hit, that is absolutely fine and absolutely irrelevant. Gets another tick of leftovers. And Magma Storm, yada yada. We're gonna go to Ingo. Ingo's gonna do the remainder of this fight. And Ingo needed to keep the Shed Shell for the other potential line. So we needed to do a tiny bit of pre-damage onto this Snorlax with something else. Because CC here is a 92% damage mineral. So we needed to do a tiny bit of pre-damage. That's what that Dragon Dart was for. And that Leech Life you saw after. CC here is guaranteed to kill. That leaves just one Pokemon, and that's the Hitmonlee. We also have a kill there with CC. However, there is the tiny issue of Fake Out. Except that's not an issue for us at all. While he holds a normal gem, and a crit Fake Out would kill us, or has a chance to kill us at least, he will never click it because we have inner focus. And he will see, like, he will have it so fully disincentivized that he will never go for Fake Out. I've checked this with multiple sources. He shouldn't ever go for Fake Out, especially considering he sees a kill with Earthquake. So CC here will be a fast kill onto Hitmonlee. Thank fucking God, because I would have been so upset if that didn't work out. And with that, Tabitha is down. And we can get an extra TM. It's a TM for Explosion. And this is where my pre-prepared fights run out. I did not have Maxi planned yet, because I did not see a way to do it safely quite yet. Maybe there was one, but it would have involved like 4 or 5 sacrifices, and I did not want to think about that quite yet. Not to mention, I have like 3 hours worth of time to prepare, and I have like a general idea, right? I do have like something in mind. I just don't have like a fully set in stone line yet. First off, Gordy, You were not doing much, but you did what you needed to. Thank you very much. I'm gonna get that heartstone off your corpse too. Let's get rid of the items on everyone. And let's get somewhere with some better music, shall we? Any preferences? I'm gonna go to Full Arbor. I'm in the mood for Full Arbor. Gonna quickly heal over here, not that it matters too much. Okay. I'm also quickly gonna save. Okay. Let's give this a whirl, shall we? This is the final fight of Hellroom. I also need to get this guy back up. This one is ever so slightly too large. And Maxi. This is like I had written down some of the things, but I didn't have like a full answer quite yet. I do have like a new addition to the team that could help out a lot though. Beaten. Focus. Okay. Let's get Calcin, shall we? Hellroom Maxi with a Groudon having Precipice Blade, Stone Edge, Heat Crash, Rock Polish. The general consensus is to use like a Leaf Storm or Solar Beam or something like that to take it out. We have only one mon that can do that while being faster, and that is Sceptile. So, pretty clear that we're going to be using Sceptile to do that. He is currently slower, but if we put him at level 79 and put him at 1 HP, you can already see Energy Ball is close to killing, and he already naturally learns Solar Beam. Solar Beam at 1 HP. Guaranteed kill. We're not going to put him at 1 HP, we're going to put him a little higher, that much I know. Then, because that will bait into tank growth. There's a few ways that I can see this work out. I got two ideas. They involve either Draco Meteor Dragapult with a Life Orb at level 80. Because that will guarantee kill the Tangrowth after one tick of Life Orb. Or it's Turninator with a Silk Scarf so that a Rapid Spin and also pre-Toxic. So that a Rapid Spin into Explosion would kill. Or rather, like a turn of stalling into Explosion would kill. That's my two ideas there. Then I have Dragapult. If I keep him level 79, saving one of our rare candies, I can still use this just fine for the remainder of this fight. I don't need him to be anything else. I don't need him to be over-leveled for anything else. There is the Houndoom. That's the main one that I don't quite know how to resolve yet. Especially considering Mega Houndoom just kind of destroys my entire team. Barring Hisuian Arcanine, but even he cannot really take anything. Houndoom has solar power. I am very, very well, so you can stall it down. Yes, I am aware, but that requires a bunch of switches that I don't know if I have. That is, like, the main thing that I'm looking for, if that is even a thing I could do. It's probably the best I have for it, but I still need to find a way around, like, both Garchomp, Naganadel, and Mew. So I did think of one. I had one idea in mind, and that is that Naganadel will be using a... I can maybe bait Naganadel Sludge Wave. If I can. And that would probably involve me using Shed-Shell Primarina. I can use Excadrill to take him out instead. Have Earthquake, and that deals hefty damage. It would still bait in Garchomp, but even then... that's probably not the biggest deal, I think. It does mean I use up both of my Shed Shells already. There's also Sharpedo. I could just, like, use a sack there, I guess, but I prefer not to, for obvious reasons. I did have one thing in mind, and that is to use Avalugg, but the damage ranges for that just barely don't line up, and with Mamo, a Life Orb Ice Shard would not kill, so yeah, that's not an option either. Hold up. Wait. Because I know that it's Earthquake, so I could use Golisopod there to get the to get that going. But even then, like, this whole idea hinges on using Sludge Wave into Excadrill, and you can still, like, CA switch or not CA switch. And it would still diverge the line massively in a way that I prefer to avoid. Not to mention, this team does not have a way to take out the Mew safely. At least not yet. Granted, I can maybe finagle like a second Gliss switch in or something? I don't know. Yeah, but the whole whittling down Houndoom, yes, that is absolutely what I should be going for. I don't know if I have the team room for it, mainly. Dragapult will be able to do a lot, and I mean a lot. Like, he can take out the Garchomp, he can take out the Mew, theoretically, he could even take out the Mega Houndoom, or at least deal hefty damage to it. Meaning I only need to stall like a tiny bit, and then maybe with an emergency exit or a sack, I would be able to use use Draco Meteor to take it out. But it means I don't have anything for Mew, and it means I don't have anything for Naganadel. At least not quite yet. Do I need Life Orb? Could I get away with just Dragon Fang? As a matter of fact, I could. So that does give me a little bit more wiggle room if I use the Turtonator for Tangrowth instead. By the way, for fights like these, I don't mind some backseating. If you want to get the team yourself, it is !team in the chat, and you can just, you know, math along if you want to. No pressure, no need, but, like, just, if you like to, you could do it. I don't need this anymore. I could just make this level 79 Dragon Fang Pulse. It just means I need to find a solution for Mew. And Naganadel, actually, because I don't have anything for that yet. I've only given one shed shell so far, right? So I could still use Excadrill. Actually, hold up, that might work. Reset that, that doesn't quite work out. 79. It's either that or maybe using Berserker to do something similar, but he is a little less bulky on a special site compared to Excadrill, because he has a higher HP stat and higher special defense stat. So what I could do, because I can use Pull to bait in Naganadel. This still feels like I don't have a way around Houndoom or Mew. And I'm using way too valuable Pokemon for the remainder of this fight. Like, these are like my best 3, and Excadrill is new and still very, very good. Because I could theoretically maybe bait Garchomp first with like Excadrill, clicking Earthquake, meaning I could EX it out so I can Dragon Darts this. Or Draco this, rather. Meaning that Naganadel comes in, clicks Dragon Pulse, and then I could still use that Prim switch to take it. Or maybe even switch to Excadrill then. I don't have an answer from Mew right now, then. And I still don't have, like, a sackable Mon there. Okay, let's circle back and instead use, like, some weaker Mons. I do need Pulse, I do need Prim, but maybe I can use other Mons for the remainder of this fight so I can, like, more easily get rid of the rest. Because right now the idea is I use Solar Beam here to take out the Groudon, then Tangrowth comes in, I sack Sceptile, giving him a Life Orb tick, then I Rapid Spin with Turtonator, and then I Explode with Turtonator. He can take 2 of these with a Toxic tick and a Magma Storm tick. Barely, I believe. And then I take the kill with Explosion. I need to take the kill with Explosion because I don't want Garchomp coming in clicking Skill Shot. If that happens, I am absolutely screwed. Is that true? Not necessarily. So I could take the kill there, let that happen, and use Avalugg to take him out. Because Avalanche will guarantee a kill onto Garchomp. Icicle Crash does the same. And I will be able to take a kill back, take a hit back. That means Naganadel comes in and clicks a random move, though. And that is where we get in trouble. Because he will get a special attack boost, and all of a sudden Primarina cannot 1v1. I suppose Excadrill could take that hit. if it's not flamethrower. But Prim cannot handle it if it's flamethrower. And if it is flamethrower, then the damage from pulse would be too much. And I'm also not using any shit shell so far, and I'm using 3 sacks. Yeah, no, that doesn't work out. I could, like, bring Mamo as a backup, I guess, but... Mamo cannot switch in on anything from the Mega Houndoom. And I could sack Mamo then, but I don't want to. Then what? Okay, let's start with the Houndoom instead, because Dragapult, if I can get through 4 ticks of solar power, Dragapult could take him out. But that requires Dragapult to be healthy, and I don't think I can guarantee that. This was hidden power ground, no? Ice. Right, but that solar beam was too much. Salazzle maybe is still an option. But what, that doesn't do anything for me. That Turtonator doesn't. I guess I could do the same with, like, Torkoal. And then guarantee I die to Solar Beam plus a Recoil. But it means I lose 2 of my 3 Protect Mons, and I really, really, really prefer not to. Especially the one that's, like, hella under-leveled. Right? That just kind of won't work. Man. Do I have a darkened grass resist, maybe? Dark. I do in Honchkrow, I guess? But that's barely a resist. Mega Altaria, but that can't switch out. I'm genuinely surprised that Talonflame is slower, by the way, than Houndoom, but whatever. I do have a Solar Beam switch in that would be able to flip turn out or Volt Switch out. I think maybe this combination could like handle it, and then Polt can come in late, or maybe Hillet can come in late, can come in later. Problem is, I cannot switch Hisuian Electrode into anything other than Solar Beam. Not to mention Dark Pulse is still a kill. Very, very quickly, and like a Flamethrower crit would also just kind of screw me over. But it is a way to stall with Caracosta, I guess. I could even... If I can switch Caracosta in on Flamethrower, that's 1 tick of Solar Power, Protect, 2 ticks of Solar Power, Aqua Jet plus another tick of Solar Power is enough to where a Dragon Dart would kill from Pulse. So that might be my solution. Using Caracosta and sacking that. It is still one of my 2 Protect Mons, which still sucks though. Or I could do something similar and sack, like, a different Mon. And again, this doesn't give me a solution for the Mew. Which, I don't even know if I have one. Is Hamilton, maybe? Flare Blitz does deal hefty damage. But not enough, and Psychic Fangs would hurt me still. And with all this, I no longer have a Naganadel answer. I do have a Garchomp answer. I have like a different idea, I suppose. Meh. This hurts. How do we do this? Because yeah, Mew has basically Stab and Flare Blitz and Psychic Fang, so he will always go for Flare Blitz if he over Psychic Fang, so I couldn't like use a Kecleon Sucker to take a Psychic Fangs, bait Flare Blitz, and then kill with like Fake Out Sucker or something. It's a range anyway. Yeah, I'm stumped. I guess I could take the kill with Terminator. Because I will be alive enough for that, but die the turn after. But it means I don't have a shed shell for Sceptile, but it means I still have Sceptile. But Sceptile, because of its nature, is incredibly slow, so like it doesn't do anything other than maybe giving me a Houndoom sack later. I could then bait the Earthquake, I guess, but like, no. My God. God, Sceptile is so slow with that sassy nature. I think I could theoretically shed shell Sceptile, but to save its life. Not that I think it matters, but I could in theory. 185 divided by 16 and divided by 23 plus 11 plus 11, 68. Oh, I could have Terminator on 1 HP. But I can pre-damage for that. Because I can... Except I cannot guarantee hidden power. I could also see Weather Bar, Solar Beam. But at that point I just... I just lose as well, so that's not an option either. So I think it's still this. I think it's still just this as my starter duo. I'm trying to think if there's any like... I guess Hydreigon would be really good too, right? For Mew. But it will be losing to Garchomp, and it will also be losing to Houndoom. But that doesn't really matter. 'Cause I just needed to take a Flare Blitz, and then I could U-turn out. for the Muse specifically. I still don't have a Naganadel answer then, though. I have been looking at like how others do it, and there's no one who could give me inspiration other than, oh yeah, Dragapult level 80 Draco Meteor kills Tangrowth with Life Orb. Okay, but that doesn't solve my issues. I guess I could still try that. If I don't use Terminator there and I use it later instead. But then I need like a good switch in for the Dragon Pulse, because it will be Naganadel clicking Dragon Pulse coming in. And I don't have the Steel type to handle that. Yeah, I have Excadrill that could theoretically do it, but I would need to sack it then, because I need to then run Citrus Berry to make sure that it goes well. Which means, like, the good mon I just got, I would instantly have to sacrifice. I would have to sacrifice it to Garchomp, not to mention that could still bait a skill shot from Garchomp. I believe. Yes, definitely. Though I couldn't make it so that won't happen by being dead to Dragon Pulse and Max Roll crits. No, because that doesn't work either. I don't think I can get into a specific range where that is a thing I could do. So that, like, Garchomp cannot be switched in at that point. I could still do it with, like, a Costa pivot. Actually, that baits in Houndoom early, right? First clicking Solar Beam, then clicking Solar Beam or Dark Pulse. Because I'm running Life Orb, I would then be able to kill him with Dragon Darts again. After only 3 ticks. Or only 2 ticks with the Aqua Jet. Because 29 times 2, 58. 176. Yeah, no, Dragon Darts would kill it easily. So this general line would have gotten rid of this, 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 and this. And I'm using these 4. Potentially a 5th to sacrifice, not sacrifice Costa, but like... I could use Talonflame for that, actually. Like, to have Talonflame take the Solar Beam or the Dark Pulse, and, like, that would be fine, too. That would not work out equally well, actually, but... I guess I could theoretically use Turtonator for that as well. But that is a range, so not really. I suppose Sneasler is resistant to both. Hold up. problem is Sneezer does not do anything for the remainder of this fight. Wait, I show a kill into both of those, so depending on how much damage I've taken up until this point, I would bait in the Garchomp to click Dragon Darts on and be fine, and then I can just... I have like one mon that I need... I have only Mew remaining for that. So this could theoretically work. Assuming I can guarantee Excadrill dies after Naganadel does 2 Dragon Pulses on it. That's the main thing I need to guarantee, right? And for Mew, I could use Bask, I guess. The Ghost Gem. Sure. Or depending on... Depending on whether or not I can guarantee Flare... I cannot guarantee Flare Blitz. I cannot guarantee Flare Blitz whatsoever. How is my damage? Like, I have taken 60-ish%, so he will absolutely be in Flare Blitz range. I will be at like... I will have taken like 70%-ish with Dragapult, so that's not an option either. I mean, okay, it's not an option, but it means that I still bait potential Flare Blitz, and that doesn't quite work out. Okay, I'm talking in like nonsense right now, but with this team, the general plan that I have right now, just in my head, would be Sceptile kills Groudon. Like, that one is just guaranteed. Sandgrowth kills Sceptile, gets 1 Life Orb tick. Dragapult, Draco Meteor, Life Orb at level 80, with Life Orb at level 80, after that tick, guarantees a kill into Tangrowth. It will bait in Naganadel clicking Dragon Pulse. I take that Dragon Pulse with Excadrill, who can take one okay enough, and KO with High Horsepower. I just have to, but I have to then BKO the turn after. Like, I have to BKO'd from that Dragon Pulse, or rather the Magma Storm afterwards. But I should not die to 2 crit Dragon Pulses critically. And I don't have a Cuss Sap or anything. And sacking something that is not really important anymore, or important at all, to the Dragon Pulse, so I only have to take like 1+1 Dragon Pulse. I can't guarantee that I die afterwards, but I could make that work. It does mean that Garchomp comes in, though. Clicking random move. Actually, no, I can guarantee that that's Earthquake at least. Meaning I can Dragon Darts it down for kill. Mew comes in. He will still only go for Psychic Fangs, though. Meaning I could use Sharpedo instead. Use up my Dark Gem to deal hefty damage with Dark Pulse, though Flare Blitz crit would still kill me. I would have to sack something to bring Sharpedo in safely, and I don't want to do that. And Mew's recoil would not be enough either. I guess if it's Psychic Fangs, I could guarantee that Gliss comes. No, I could not. No, I cannot. Wait, 79? Nope, still no. Oh my god. I guess Slowbro sits on him a bit, but like also baits him to Dragon Dance to high heaven. I could have the E exit there on Psychic Fangs. Even after Earthquake. Theoretically. So I can bring in Basculegion safely. And then I would probably sack Basculegion to the Houndoom. And I just need to find a way to bring him in then. And I don't need to sack Excadrill. Except I do, because I have to run Citrus. Ah! This fight is so annoying. How do you even... Is it maybe like some other way to take out the Groudon? I don't have Ice Gem available yet, right? That comes later. Ice Gem is in Shoal Cave, right? Yep, it is. Because then I could theoretically use an Avalanche to take out Groudon. But now I don't have that option. What about Sharpedo's moveset? Could I maybe... I have Avalanche. Like, maybe Avalanche and something else? No, wait, I don't have Avalanche yet. That's also Shoal Cave. Oh my god. And using Avalok to 1v1 the Groudon doesn't work out either. Because Groudon 2-shot, so I need to 1-shot, which I don't do. Otherwise, I would use Avalug over Sceptile, but I just can't. Torterra cannot take a Heat Crash. He's too light. I don't have any Ice types that would work. Mamo is too physically weak and cannot take Precipice Blades. So it's just Sceptile. Can you Revenge Groudon with Pulse? In theory I could, but what would it solve? That is a good idea though. But if that means I cannot run Life Orb on it and I need to run Dragon Fang instead. Which means, and it still means I baited Naganadel and I get like the exact same issue as before. It just means I run this without Sceptile. It does give me an extra team slot, I suppose. So I use, but that would already be usurped by Avalug. So I use Avalug, Avalanche to take the kill. It also means if I do happen to crit it, the line diverges because Tangrowth comes in first instead of Naganadel in the case of Dragapult. So it is not a bad shout. I could also, I suppose, do it with Hisuian Electrode. It's the same idea, I suppose, but with more inconsistency. So yeah, so leading Avalug, I suppose I could use Icicle Crash instead. With like Muscle Band, that means I never crit kill. And I can put him in range of either Draco or Energy Ball. Not Draco, unfortunately. And Icicle Crash with Never Melts Ice doesn't work. So it has to be Muscle Band. So yes, that could work. That I Draco to retaliate that way, but it means I still have the Tangrowth to worry about, and it would not solve any slot issues. It just means I sack something else. Granted, it's probably a better sack, but it also means I cannot use Dragapult as much. And I would still need to run, like, Life Orb. Actually, no. I could probably get away with Dragon Fang there. Yeah, I could get away with Dragon Fang there. And then I would bait Naganadel clicking Dragon Pulse, so we're back to square one on that front. But I have a little more wiggle room in who I use, I suppose. Because, again, I could use Prim there. That does give me, like, a 50-50 to get Tangrowth instead. Fair Everlock Sack sounds better than Sceptile, but the inconsistency might be bad. Yeah. No, like, I can avoid the consistency. So, like, no, that was definitely a very fair, very good shout. I absolutely think that is a good shout from you. It's more so whether or not, like, I now don't have, like, a proper answer for Tangrowth yet. To be fair, that's a yet. I have Turtonator still in the back that I could still use for that, and No, the inconsistency issue is not there. So yes, good shout. I can use Avalok instead of Sceptile. So that does mean I'm less worried about sacking Caracasa too. So yeah, that does maybe help out a fair bit. There's also the fact though that Groudon could miss me. And I could trigger the Iapapa, which means I can no longer take the kill with Draco. No, it needs to be Sceptile. Sorry. There's too much inconsistency. It needs to be Sceptile. And that means Tangrowth is the only mon that could switch in, except if I were to sack Sceptile like right after. I suppose that's still an option. And I could use that to get Garchomp in early, but then what? It means I get the Garchomp out of the equation. Jesus Christ. Because if I bait in Garchomp early, clicking Earthquake... I could potentially make it so... I was gonna say so that Earthquake into Stone Edge never kills, but there's the issue of... No, okay, so that's not quite... That doesn't quite work out either, but there's a third option there, and it is using Gliss to take an Earthquake so I can bring Dragapult in. But I'm still, like... There's three issues here. It's Naganadel being able to switch out if I use Primarina to take a Dragon Pulse. It's the Mew, period. Like, I have two things that I see that could work. It's Ghost Gem Basculegion or it's Dark Gem Sharpedo. And I don't mind losing Basculegion at this point in time, I think. He will not bring me many more speed tiers that will make a difference. And I don't need a ghost type as much anymore after this fight specifically. The problem is Basculegion needs like to be brought in after a sack or something like that. And there is the Houndoom that I need to find turns against. There is I see like maybe a Fake Out from Sneasler. I could scale a Fake Out onto Salazzle. Maybe? But that removes my only toxic user. That's not quite what I would want either. God, this thing counters my box so fucking hard. And it's not like... to me, at least, I don't think there's any game corner encounter that would save me, right? Does anyone see any? Because I know there's the 3 dragons, but I don't think those dragons help out enough. Hydreigon takes Mew. Right, Hydreigon does take Mew. Right. Hydreigon does take Mew. And Hydreigon does also honestly do quite well into Houndoom, right? Just on typing alone. Decently bulky and resist all 3 of the moves that Houndoom could use. I guess we're ripping it. I guess we're ripping the 1 in 3. Let's grab the encounter table and go ahead and take a look at it. I'm also unironically looking at Heracross, by the way, but no. Okay, let's rip it. Our game corner encounter. Please don't tell me I need to, like... Oh my god, do I have to get the coins for this? Please tell me people just hack those in. Because that sounds like a nightmare to work towards. I will go for the Feather Batch, so I could try to get Dino. Yes. Okay. Is this just guaranteed to give you some? Apparently not. Does that not count? Apparently it doesn't. You can... I know I can buy... I know I can buy them for, like, however many coins, but that takes, like... That's a lot of money. I guess I still have, like, a bunch of nuggets and shit. It's more that, like... Oh, that's not nearly as much as I thought it... I looked and I thought it was the old numbers. My bad. That is not nearly as bad as I thought it was. I read it the opposite way. They get 500 for 10,000, which is like the usual one, right? Okay, that is not nearly as bad as I thought it was. Okay. So batch 6 is the 3 dragons. And we're gonna try and get a dino, because the dino would solve a lot of my solutions. Dratini, Bagon, Dino. Dratini and Bagon would not do much for me, but even those might be useful. One of those chosen at random would be yours. What do you say? I say it's gonna be a dino, please. Is that really what we're gonna go for? Damn it! Bagon. Okay. Welcome to the team, Drake. Level 20. Timid nature. Ooh. That is not... Actually, no. I thought it was Jolly. Timid is not good. Dino, good from you. Yep, it's not a dino, though. It is a... special kind of Bagon. It's... Okay, it's not a bad Bagon. It's just the nature that's kind of... sucky. What does Bagon get? Actually, let's look at what Salamence gets. Outrage, dual wing beat, breaking swipe, crunch. Wait, could it have protect, or is that only a Shogun move? That's a Shogun move. Yeah, that's a Shogun move, not a Salamence, not a Bagon move. I don't even know what a good moveset on this is. I wager it depends on like how you use it. Wait, Rage is genuinely interesting, right? Mince doesn't even get Draco Meteor? Oh, that sucks. Oh, it gets it as a tutor move. Fuck that. Yeah, I don't think Drake here is gonna be of much use for this fight. So it's back to slamming my head against the wall. Let's take him off. Let's put him into the box. Rage is one good fight is what everyone told me. I don't know which one it is. This being max speed is actually like does make it interesting, even though he's timid though. Cause let's export him real quick and add him to the team sheet. Here, and we're gonna put that back over first over here. Paste, copy. Current team is updated for you guys, and current team is now gonna be updated for me. And if you scale at shield on. If you skill at shield on, what? What do you mean with skill at shield on? Cause I'm not sure I follow what you mean with skill at shield on. Or Shelgon. Oh, what would I need to skill at Shelgon then? Cause protect? I guess? That's not really all that relevant for Rage specific, because it has Rage right now. Also, it's gonna be one skill. I missed the first match. Bacon can also be a one skill protect mon if you skill with Shogun. Yeah, no, I wasn't. That I saw. That I did see. Yeah. It's an extra. Yeah, no. Yeah, I know. Yeah, look. I missed the first message from what you sent. So I did not know you were talking about protect. I did see that he has protect, and I do expect Bagon to be good. I just don't expect him to be good here. You know, it's for this specific fight. I don't think he does anything, though. I will need to check. What if I import and I get rid of everything but the Bagon and the Sharpedo? Sharpedo at 79 with liquidation, and a Salamence at level 79 with intimidate, and then it has like probably dual wing beat, dragon pulse, protect rage. What else would there possibly be on that moveset? Like, I don't know. Flamethrower. Outrage. Hell, even Crunch has some merit. And so does Breaking Swipe. Okay, so Salamence, this is just like a potential, like how his potential is currently. Maybe with Protect it can stall Houndoom. That is a genuinely good shout. He cannot. Oh, nope. Provided I can come in on Solar Beam, yes, but. He is slower. He's 1 point slower than Garchomp. That sucks. Yeah, no, I don't think he does anything here. Maybe into the Mew something, but not really. Not really into the Mew, but in no small part because it's a speed tie. Like, Mence is gonna show its use, just not for this fight. So I think I need to go to like an original plan, which is like Sceptile, take the kill, get KO'd, take the revenge kill with Turtonator, or I could even do it with Talonflame. Does it get Roost? Talon? I mean, you mean, you mean that? You mean Mence? Let's see. See, it does indeed. It does get Roost. Yes. That doesn't mean he can take on the Houndoom though. Because Houndoom is still faster and will click Dark Pulse, which can flinch you, and a crit kill still kills me. So it won't be able to stall out the Houndoom. It might be able to 1v1 the Mew with like a combination of Rage, Roost, Dual Wing Beat and Crunch? Or Dual Wing Beat and Breaking Swipe? I don't know. It's still like a weird 1v1 that I don't know if it works at all to begin with. I do also know that Mence gets Tailwind, which would make it faster than Naganadel. It would require me to probably get Draco on it, but if I do... no, it doesn't quite work out the way I wanted to, but What is going on out there? Jesus. Okay. So no, this... It's gonna be good. It's not gonna be good here, I think. So Sceptile, take that. I could maybe use Talonflame to take out the Tangrowth. It would mean Naganadel comes in, because I will be dead to whatever move it clicks. How many more uses are there for Fire Gem? Because I could just Fire Gem, take the kill that way. On top of that... Wait, it's only 80? I don't need to. I can just run Charcoal and that will do the trick. Provided I run it with Toxic. Oh, wait. Fire Gem is commonly used on Maxi. Okay, I kind of figured, but thank you for confirming. But I don't need to. I can just use Charcoal, that works just as well. But if Fire Gem is used, your commonly only other spot is like if you use Shandy or Strong Fire type for Elite for Glacier doubles. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. It's not like... I don't need the extra firepower. Flare Blitz does the trick already for me. But, in looking at it, I do see a way that Talonflame may actually be the better choice here. If I Toxic Talonflame, and then it's like... Sceptile gets sacked. I can Tailwind, take a Weather Ball, the Recoil and the Magma Storm and a Toxic Tick, and then take the kill with Flare Blitz after, or Tailwind and then take the kill with Flare Blitz after, and that way I could have... How many turns of Tailwind would I have remaining? 2, right? 2. Because Dragapult with a Life Orb shows a kill on everything under Tailwind. And also guarantees that kill into the first 2. Holy shit, I think I found it. It's the sacrifice that I need to make is Talonflame. And then I can make it work. Sceptile is the lead. Sceptile takes the kill here, and then I take 1 tick of recoil. Then I make sure that Sceptile takes the kill. Let's reword that. Then I make sure that Tangrowth takes the kill with Weather Ball, Solar Beam, whatever, on Sceptile. I bring in Talonflame. I Tailwind. I can take a Weather Ball and the Magma Storm and the Toxic damage. I Flare Blitz a turn after, which will KO Talonflame as well. Guaranteed. Because Weather Ball with 2 ticks, with the recoil remaining, it's going to be at like 80%. That means it's 32-ish. Let's just do that hidden power for the sake of it. And then, yeah, no, I'm dead the turn after, guaranteed. I have to sack Talonflame, but I'll be in Tailwind with Tangrowth down. I can bring in Dragapult. With Life Orb, I show a kill on every single one of them, so I bait down the line. I can Dragon Darts Garchomp for the kill. I have 1 more turn of Tailwind. I can Dragon Darts Naganadel for the kill. I have 0 turns of Tailwind. And I have taken out Garchomp, Naganadel, and it's only the Mew and the Houndoom remaining. I do need to specifically run Life Orb solely so I show a kill on Mew. But that is fine. I would be at 25, 45, so I'd be at 55%-ish, so I will only show a Psychic Fangs. I could then use Bask, or maybe even Gliss to take that. I can use Gliss to take the Psychic Fang, so I can switch in Sharpedo. I think Sharpedo is not as valuable as Basculegion. Then again, I do think Basculegion will guarantee the kill, whereas Sharpedo will not. Basculegion would take the kill, would take a Psychic Fangs, Bait and Houndoom will I have to sack something. He would Mega, take one tick of his Solar Power. I could use Sneasler at that point. But no, because I need to sack whoever I use from that point forward. Kingdra could not be the answer, because this deals 64. So I need to have 3 ticks down at that point. Because it's pre-Mega, and I will only take a Psychic Fangs. No, you will still see a kill with Flamethrower, so that's not an option. So it's truly random move. That means Turtonator could take 1, then 2. Usually Tilwin gets sacked in this fight as well. Red Bomb, me, Talonflame. Exactly. No. I'm trying to do that as well. I have a line now where I am only looking to take out the Mew and the Houndoom. I have a way to make that work. I just need to find, like, oh, how do I do the remainder of that fight? And I think I found the answer, and it requires 4 sacrifices. Yeah, I think I found the answer, and it requires 4 sacrifices. One of which is the Protect Mon. One of which is replaceable. Genuinely, Turtonator, I have Torkoal, which does practically the same thing for the most part, and I now also have Salamence. I would sack Basculegion. Oh, that doesn't quite work out the way I wanted to. Because that Dark Pulse has a chance to kill Turtonator, it would not actually work. So I'm back to... Okay, I have... Right now, my line works up until Mew. These 4... So I'm gonna write this down because I know for a fact that this works. I am so sorry I was not showing you this. Okay. Hellroom Maxi, 75 Barely an Overgrow, HP Solar Beam Sceptile. We are going to be using level 79 Charcoal Toxic Talon. We're going to be using level 79 Life Orb Pulse. These 3 are so far what I have. There. That makes it legible. Life Orb. Pulse. Lead Sceptile. Solar Beam kills. Chain Growth in. Clicks random moves. Sack Sceptile. Go. Talon. Tailwind on Weather Ball. Flare. Tailwind. Flare Blitz kills. Talon dies. Pulse in. Shows kill on everything. Shows fast kill on everything. D darts kills. Chomp. Dragon darts doesn't make contact, right? D darts kills. Doesn't really matter anyway. Kills Naga. Mew comes in. Clicks Scyfangs. Okay, so this is where we are right now. This part of the line, right, I should probably write on this one. This part of the line is ironclad. It just means I need to find a way around the Mew and the Houndoom, and for the Houndoom specifically, as long as I take, like, I could do another sack so that Dragon Darts is a guaranteed kill. I just need to find 3 turns. For the Mew, I have Sharpedo available as a potential mon to make this work. Give him a Dark Gem. Dark Gem. And Crunch into the Flare Blitz recoil is a guaranteed kill. That is not... Sorry, Dark... Is that true with Dark Pulse as well? Because I need to... The issue is more so that I need to switch in Sharpedo on Psychic Fangs, and therefore I take 1 tick of Magma Storm, and then Flare Blitz shows a kill. So that's not quite good enough. Flare Blitz crit kills, and therefore I cannot use it. So that's not quite good enough. So instead, I would be using Bascule Legion with a Ghost Gem. I can guarantee Poltergeist kills. I will also guarantee that he will not go for only go for Psychic Fangs, not Flare Blitz, so it will never be burned. Basically, he will never be burned as a result. So that works out. I just need to switch him in safely. That means I use either... I'm off to Easter lunch. Good luck with the line. Thank you. Have a good Easter lunch. See you around. Thank you for joining for a bit. No, that doesn't work out. So it's... If I could bring in Golisopod through like a slow flip turn, I wager that works as well. And it baits Flamethrower here, giving me a switch into Caracosta. Who could then be my 3rd sack, but yeah. I need to do some chip, is the thing. And Sharpedo is not able to do that quite enough. No, barely. So, no, it's just a Basculesian kill. And I need to bring him in safely, which means I need to use Galissapod for that. Or maybe, like, something baiting Dragon Dance. I could unironically use Costa asleep. Or Frozen. Because I come in on Psychic Fangs, and here I can maybe come in on Flamethrower. Oh, but that Flamethrower could crit kill me after Psychic Fangs. No, that doesn't work. So, but I could do that with something else. Maybe like Crook? Wait, no, because +1 Psychic Fangs has a chance to kill, but because I use Intimidate, he's not a +1, he's going to be at neutral. That said, I don't think Crook is my answer. Maybe it is... I was going to say maybe it's Gyarados, but that doesn't work either. Maybe it's Mence. Maybe that's where Mence works out. Because... No, because this would mean at -1 I still show a kill. So that doesn't work out either. It's so close. We're almost there. We're almost there. Because Psychic Fangs... I could use Honchkrow maybe, but... That feels like a waste, especially considering I just invested the Defog TM into him. But I could show that I'm in range of Flare Blitz after coming in. And then Sucker, and then the recoil would kill. Because I would be at 171. Let's just say that I am. It feels like a heavy investment, though. But I suppose this works, but... I also suppose Crook... Crook doesn't do enough damage, is the thing. Nothing I have will. Barring, like, gem investment. Do I have a Buck Gem? I don't want... Wait, whoa, nope, don't. I need to save Kecleon. I could use Turtonator there with, like... I've used up the normal gem. No, I haven't. I deliberately haven't. Though I guess it's Silk Scarf that works just as well, and I just need to find, like, the final bit of damage then. Which would be 15%. That could be Galiss then. Or maybe even like a Fake Out here or a Knockoff there. Yeah, that works too. It would be Flamethrower. That might be it. That is... I think I found it. Because then I can come in on Flamethrower, have 1 tick, I can protect, 2 ticks, I can Aqua Jet, and take the kill, 3 ticks. It would mean I sack Caracosta as well, which sucks. Okay, but I don't need that to be Sneasler specifically, so I could maybe use something else that's less valuable. Mamo? No, but Mamo baits Solar Beam. Solar Beam or Flamethrower even. But Mamo would do the trick. Hammy? Hammy's still good though. Hammy is still very, very good. But it would do the trick, not to mention I could live 1 hit there, but it is Dark Pulse or Solar Beam. It could also just be... Oh! It is Volt Switch. It's a Volt Switch from Hisuian Electrode to switch in Caracosta. Just boom, into Volt Switch is a guaranteed kill. Better yet, Thunderbolt is also a kill. Then I bait Flamethrower and I can Volt Switch. I can protect. But that does mean I have to sack Hisuian Electrode or Caracosta. But it does mean that I'm guaranteed. Could it be Kingdra? No, because Kingdra is too slow. Mega Pidgeot? Mega Pidgeot is slower? Damn it. Salazzle is a speed tie. That sucks. I suppose Kecleon could be my answer, but Kecleon is still valuable. Not to mention, I believe that's not enough damage. It is not. Though Sucker Punch would be, but I would not see Sucker Punch. Though I could make it so I still would, because I could just put him at 147. Therefore, I do have a Sucker Punch available. I could also... does anyone know if normal gems are still, like... Where else normal gems would be used? Because right now, looking at my team, my normal gems are explosion buffs. Right? I think this would be a good place to use it. Because then I can just go to Costa. Costa can protect on the Solar Beam. Then he baits Solar Beam or Dark Pulse. Alternatively, I go for like Hisuian Electro. No, because then I get the same issue as I had before. What's My Sack is basically... It's basically the name of the game is What's My Sack. I need to find 3 turns worth of stalling. Play should double if you have Ursaluna. I don't have Ursaluna. And I believe there's only one more opportunity for me to get Ursaluna. So I'm leaning towards using it here. I end the game with it unused. Okay. Oh wait, don't remember if last time we talked you finished the game, but maybe I'm confusing you with someone else, but okay, if that's the case, then I'm just using it here to buff the explosion here so that it kills Mew. That means I can use the remainder of my team to get rid of the Houndoom. How I'm gonna do that, I don't quite know yet. I think it's a combination of Caracosta and Sneasler? Maybe Caracosta and Torkoal? No, because Torkoal still baits Dark Pulse. Caracosta and Mamo? No, because Magma would die to the Solar Beam, so that's not the option I would want it to be. Mence with Protect is an option, maybe? Not really, no, because by the time that Caracosta... Like, if I lead Caracosta then into the Houndoom, he Megas, I Protect, he goes for Solar Beam, and then he goes for either Solar Beam or Dark Pulse. I suppose Sneasler could be my switch in there, because he can take either of those moves decently well and Fake Out. It means I only need to sack Costa, but I prefer not to do that because it's like one of my 2 Protect Mons, maybe 3, that I would have remaining. Torterra can come in on it, and then I have to sack that. That's not an option either for me. 1, 2, 3. So if I can bring in something that can take a Dark Pulse and a Solar Beam, guaranteed, and then it's fine to sack it the turn after, that would be good. Kingdra is not my answer there, because he cannot take Dark Pulse or Solar Beam, guaranteed. Gyarados is not my answer there. Even at level 79, he cannot take Dark Pulse or Solar Beam, guaranteed. Blastoise is not my option. Krook is not my option. Orbeetle is not an option whatsoever. The other option would be to use... I was going to say to use Turt as that sack, but I cannot do that either because Dark Pulse is a chance to kill. I would Mega, I would Fake Out. I think I have to sack Costa then. I think that's my only option. Maybe no, Milo cannot take the Solar Beam. Berserker I'd like to keep. He can also not take Dark Pulse. Pidgeot cannot take Dark Pulse. Like, my only realistic answers would be Torterra and Sneasler. They're the only 2 Mons I have that can take both of those moves and stall for a turn. But Torterra is still very valuable to me, and Sneasler naturally is just very, very good. It's a matter of choosing who I lose, right? That's really it. Honchkrow, maybe, no. I think it has to be Costa itself then. If it cannot be anything else, it has to be Costa. I could risk Kingdra and be like, okay, well, maybe it lives for a turn, and if he doesn't, I have to also sack Costa. I don't like the idea, but it's maybe arguably better. I don't think the last time we talked I did. I'm playing a CS2 with friends at the moment, so labor. So no worries. I beat like last. Congrats! Then definitely not. Then congrats. Well done. I'm hoping to join you at some point, but nice. Don't worry about responding slow, right? Enjoy Slay the Spire 2. I've been playing co-op with that a lot too. Not only like solo and co-op. It is a very fun game to co-op for sure. I'm in a tournament right now with my sister and like basically trying to get like high scores, and the rules keep changing because it's very grassrootsy, but it's a fun tournament nevertheless. So yes, Slay the Spire 2, good game, incredible game. I've bought it like day one, played it day one, and it's so good. Yeah, they updated cheats today. Nice! I have to look at that. No, I want to look at that. Where are those sheets again? They're pinned here, I wager. Calc, that thing, maybe Hall of Fame sheet. I wager, is it this one? No, that's the other one, right? That's the old one. Or the bat one, rather. I need to look it up. I want to look it up. There it is. This is the one. Number 96. With Delphox. Cool. Wait. Has Delphox already been Elite Fort? Oh, wow. Oh, nicely done. Congrats. 41 deaths. 2 attempts. It's honestly incredible. Like, having only 2 attempts is honestly incredible. First lucky chance in the Elite Four. Cool. Well done. Congrats. Okay. I guess going like, okay, I risk Kingdra, and if he dies directly to a crit or to a high roll, the high roll is not even that, it's just crit. Because I would have 2 turns, so it'd be 75. I would still risk Costa to a crit, but if it doesn't crit, I would lose only 5. It's either that or I guarantee risk Torterra. On an offline run, so it's not exactly 2 attempts. Wait, I thought you needed to, like, show proof and shit. Or did you still fully record it? Is that my lowest volume on Kingdra? Probably, right? If it's not Kingdra, then what would be? It's not Honchgrow. It's not Altaria. It's not Ampy. I wager it's not Ampy at least. It is Avalugg probably. No, I mean... This is my second time Right. I remember you saying that. Right. The first time wasn't offline. Yes. Now that you mentioned that, yeah, no, I remember. No, true. Okay. I'm saying I use Costa. Do I need it to be Costa though? Could I maybe do it with Torkoal instead? Baiting Flamethrower and Dark Pulse? Maybe even something that only baits Flamethrower? This would only bait Flamethrower, give me a Fake Out. And then I could make Kingdra the sack. Because it would be Fake Out, 1 tick, switch out, 2nd tick, and then it's... what would the health be again? 176? Plus that Fake Out, is that enough? That would be enough. Then I guarantee that, like, I guarantee sack Kingdra. But I also guarantee the win. By sack. Yeah, okay, I think it's gonna be a 4-sack line. But I think all of this work. Kingdra I've not used in, like, barring literally the last fight where it was a risk, like a mon that I was risking as a backup. I've not used Kingdra in forever. I can check that even. Kingdra. Yeah, I have the last fight, and before that it was the back-to-back Aqua Grunt where I chained the Kingdra on the opposing side. And before that, I used it for Dez and Luke, which is Mount Pyre. Okay, that's not that far ago. The Ninja Boy, right? Kingdra is the easiest one to sack, I think. I suppose I could go for Blastoise. Or another water type that I'm like, oh yeah, that's not that valuable. I'll bring it over to you, G. Is it G? Z? Anyway, because I'm curious as to what you... Kingdra's last fight is Matt, at least... Okay, Aqua Hideout. Okay, but is Kingdra... Because I'm looking at, like, what would be my least valuable water type, right? That is basically what it boils down to. My least valuable water type that can still take a flamethrower. So not Sharpedo. So I'm looking at Milotic. I'm looking at Gyarados. I'm looking at Caracosta. Dracovish. Ah. Yeah, Mr. Fish sounds like a nuisance. What would you say is the least valuable mon in this box? Out of curiosity. What would you say is the worst mon in this box? Because that is basically what this boils down to. Who am I sacking? Because I have the rest of the line ready. I just need to find a water type, like a fire resist that can at least live one crit flamethrower. That's all I need to have happen. Is that true? That's not even true, by the way. No, I just need to be a water type. Because I fake out and I tick one and then I... Yeah, it can be literally any mon. It doesn't even need to be a water type. Just what's the least valuable mon in this box. I mean, you see it on the top left as well, but if you want to look at it, it was literally just posted. Here's my current team link. But in essence, I can sack any single one of these because I need to take... I do a fake out, which gives 1 tick of solar power, and then I switch to something, 2nd tick of solar power, and that's enough so our Dragon Darts kills. So I just need something to sack. It can be literally every single mon in this box. And seeing how much experience you have, I'm willing to trust you on like, oh yeah, no, that it should be Avalok, or it should be Torterra, or it should be Sharpedo, or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Sharpedo, though I guess it being a dark type would help. Then again, I'd have 2 others for that, but it's the only one that can actually pivot. I could see it being Avalok, considering how frail that thing is on the special side. But for most physical fights, it tends to have like a very fine enough neutral type. What are the stats on Sharpedo? It's 24, 6, 25 on the attacking IVs. Like, it's a guy. It's on screen right now. This is my current Sharpedo. So, like, if I were to use him physically, he's honestly not that bad. But it is another water type. I wager it's going to be a water type. That's going to be the least valuable. I would also not be surprised if you say it's Blastoise. I think I'm mostly pondering Blastoise, Avalok, Kingdra, and Sharpedo. As Mega versus Metagross. I'm gonna assume you mean Taydenlysa Metagross? Yeah, Taydenlysa Metagross, right? Sharpedo, that would be 85 is the level cap, and then I also Mega. Here you go. Just never use Blastoise all run long, other than as a sack. Some people like it though. Yeah, no, I've yet to see it pop off. I feel like it's a very skill-heavy mon. Not skill, scale. Because you need it to basically get Dark Pulse and Aura Sphere to make it good, and or Terrain Pulse, and all of those are skill moves, which is why they're probably not that, like, which is why it's a very investment-heavy mon, and therefore maybe a bit too expensive. At least that's my gut feeling of it. For my team, I'll use Sharpedo to fight Metagross, just have to get Crunch off without dying to a crit. If I can bring him in on Zen Headbutt, he barely lives in Earthquake. And Crunch is not a kill though, but it is very heavy damage. Then I sack it so Pult can finish off with Metagross. Let's add that guy to the list as well. 85. I am faster. Phantom Force, Sucker Punch, both of those. Sucker Punch I cannot use because it's Psychic Terrain, but Phantom Force would kill it. So it would... A Mega Sharpedo would in fact help out there, because he lives an Earthquake crit. If I can bring in Sharpedo on a Zen Headbutt, which is not unlikely, he would help out. And he is also like the Psychic Immune for the Hoopa. So he would also help out with the Hoopa, and not to mention, he's fast enough to make that work. And always baits Aura Sphere, right? So Aura Sphere here, Shadow Ball, Metagross and something, yeah, and doubles as a Dark type for Heist. Exactly. In part because he can also like flip turn, right? Yeah, no, I think... He's barely too... No, he's not barely too slow. He's... Oh, that's non-Mega Sharpedo. He's still too slow for everything else, but... Okay, I think you're right in that Sharpedo flips a bit secondary. Yeah. For what it's worth, I believe if... Maybe I saw it incorrectly, but... On Liza, if I were to Mega Sharpedo flip turn... With into Metagross... A Life Orb Phantom Force is... Ah, that's close, but barely not enough. And I need to be Mega so we can actually live an Earthquake. Alright, anyway, so Sharpedo has a niche. And one that I can probably make work. So that's not the option. Kingdra has a niche in literally like 3 fights from now or something, or 4. I know the one you're referring to because I saw it when I was looking ahead. Here, this one. Aw, man. Actually, wait. So because I have Dragapults, and I could use Golisopod to take the fish's rend, I think... I don't know the level cap on on Matt, but if it's 83, I thought it was 83. Do you happen to know what that is? I'll look it up otherwise, but if it's 82, I can make Dragapult work for Dracovish instead, and then Kingdra kind of loses all the use it has. Let's see, I'll look it up myself as well. Local Run and Bun. Oh man, this fight is gonna be bloody, huh? It's not off the top of my... No worries, then I'll look it up myself. Run and Bun. Mechanic changes. It is 81. No, it's 81. Damn it. That is unfortunate. Because at 81, Dragapult is slower than Dracovish. Whereas at 82, it's faster. I suppose that's a candy investment. But I'd rather keep those to a minimum. I suppose there's also like bringing Draco to -1. This is a Prim angle. This is Sneasler, just fake out into CC. Meaning Ice Shard that will bait in Draco. Going for Rend. Obviously, it only has Rend. I can use my first Galis switch for that. And I can guarantee... I do Blastoise. Both my runs, I never use them, but if you see the vision... I've yet to use Blastoise, so I don't. I don't see the vision with him whatsoever. I see how he should be used. Let's put it that way. I see how he should be used. I don't see how I would use him. I think I'm fine saying, okay, Blastoise, you know what? Fine. I'll sack Blastoise. It's not like I lack water types, you know? Okay. So that at least gives me the final bit of this line. It is click Scyfangs, Pivot. Turt. Normal gem. Boom. Kills. Normal gem boom kills. Houndoom in. Sneasler in. Fake out on Mega. Pivot toys on Flamethrower. Sack. D-darts kills. What is Blastoise's damage looking like? He does even live a turn, so I don't need the fake out per se. Do I? Yes, I need the turn. Because I was looking at like, oh, maybe I don't need to normal gem then. Maybe I can just run Silk Scarf and boom. But that means I don't have, like, a fake out for the Houndoom. Which would screw me over a bit too much. Yeah, no, I'm using the normal gem. Level 79 normal gem. Turt. Level 79 Shet. Sneasler. Level 79 Mega Blastoise. To at least Mega him once. I believe I have the Mega Stone. I need to look that up. I might very well be wrong, but... Oh, I have it. So he becomes a Mega at least once. Okay, a fight with 4 deaths, but at least it's guaranteed. Then I need Seabold. Claire is gonna be switched for not Grant for Faulkner. And who am I missing? I'm missing Kiawe. Yeah, that's the average maxi experience. Yup, that about checks out. He won't need an item, he just needs pre-damage. He will need the Life Orb. Life Orb. He needs Charcoal. That's enough. I have 2 of those, so I should be up here somewhere, I believe. Charcoal. Ingo needs Shetty. All the way at the bottom. Kiawe needs that normal gem. Normal gem. And Seabolt will get his Mega Stone. It's not gonna be any use, but we're gonna give it to him anyway. Then it's time to level. Silent needs to go to get Solar Beam over Energy Ball. And Solar Blade over Leaf Blade, I suppose, because we're only going to be using one of those moves. And we're just going to bring them all the way up to 79. We're going to be using Seabolt here. He's going to go all the way up to 79 as well. Not that he's going to be of any use in this fight, but it's cool to have nevertheless. The one thing that I'm kind of like bummed about is that Seabolt will get Water Spout at level 80. So having a like Water Spout Mega Blastoise in like against the right team sounds like an enormous breaker to have. So be it, but I'm trusting that indeed Blastoise is the worst mon here. It's for me it's between that and Kingdra, and because of the level cap, I think Kingdra will have more use comparatively. I could also see it be Basculegion, but so be it. We are gonna be flying towards Lava Rich. We're gonna be battle ready. And we're gonna be fighting Maxi. God, I don't like how... I feel like my box is getting kind of empty, not gonna lie. I wager that's also just kind of the Hell Room experience. Or the Maxi experience, more specifically, I suppose. I think both Basque has a use... Yeah. I don't blame you, because there's still some rain fights coming up, so Basculegion definitely still has a usage, not to mention it's a ghost type. Immunities are always valuable. So, like, Blastoise is the most bland of my mons, too, to that end. Is that true? Yeah, it is. Because I have Milotic, I have Sharpedo. Like, I have so many water types. I even have another water mega, right? So, I always go in here where I don't need to go there. Also, Poltergeist never missing. Right. Yep. Great for bright powders. Exactly. Okay, I'm gonna stay... I don't know when it triggers, so I'm gonna just save right here. And now we're gonna do the prep. We need Silence to be in overgrow range. At 203 HP, that is... 66 HP. So that's where we're going to be putting him at. Free damage 1, 2, 66. And we also pre-toxic Faulkner. And finally, that's it. I want to go over this line one last time real quick to be safe. We're going to be leading with Silence. Silence is going to be in overgrow range. That overgrow range means that Solar Beam is a guaranteed one-shot onto Groudon. Silent here will take one tick of Magma Storm but not die, thus baiting in Tangrowth. And then die to the Weather Ball or whatever move Tangrowth wants to use, giving him a tick of Life Orb. Talonflame comes in. He can take one Weather Ball crit, and then also the Toxic and the Magma Storm, even if the Toxic were to have that weird Magma Storm quirk. I Tailwind, giving me 4 turns. Yeah, 4 turns. When 3 turns are remaining, I kill with Flare Blitz. When 2 turns are remaining, I have Dragapult in. He will bait down the line because he shows a kill on every single mon. And Dragon Dart's Garchomp for the kill. Or Draco Meteor, I need to look up if Dragon Dart's the contact move. With 1 turn of Tailwind remaining, I'm going to take out the Naganadel with Dragon Darts as well. With 0 turns of Tailwind remaining, Mew comes in. Mew will click Psychic Fence because we show a kill. We don't have a guaranteed kill, not to mention we need Dragapult later. So we're going to go to Turtonator. Turtonator can take a Psychic Fangs. It's the only move that Mew might click. We don't really care whether or not it's just Psychic Fangs or also Flare Blitz. That's not really relevant. We're going to then Explode on him. With a normal gem equipped, that is a guaranteed kill. Therefore, Mew goes down. That leaves it with just the Houndoom. Houndoom, we're going to be switching the Sneasler in on. Wow, it would be nice. We are not faster than the Mega Houndoom. We're going to Fake Out. So that takes a bit of chip. Means he also gets 1 tick of solar power. We're going to switch to Blastoise. Blastoise takes the flamethrower that he might click. And might die directly, might not. We don't really care. He takes another tick of the solar power. That's enough for us to take a kill with Dragapult, but Blastoise might live. We're going to Mega Evolve it and die afterwards. Whatever. And Dragapult then comes in and we go for a Dragon Dart, which kills the Houndoom for sure. Yes, this works. We're going to go for it. Everything is as it should be. Shit. Okay, for my sake, we're not going to start this fight. We're just going to put a safe state here. I just want to see when the fight starts, when it triggers, so that I can... I'll put it like here, I guess. I have to be right next to him. Okay, well, that makes things easier. Final check, 66 times 3, 198. So that's enough. He's at full. He is charcoal, correct. Life orb, correct. Shell, correct. Blastoise, normal gem. Yes. All of these check out. Groudon. Nothing could awaken you from your sleep bathed in magma. This red orb is what you sought, wasn't it? I've brought you the red orb. Let it shine, awaken you. And show me the full extent of your power. My guy, that's blue. Groudon, finally! Groudon, come to me! Oh, it's you again? I've seen you poking around uninvited here and there. I'll make sure this is the last time. You're no match for me and Groudon. Groudon is my second most favorite Pokemon. So having to kill it here is a bit of a bummer, I guess. I don't even know why Groudon is so high on my favorite list. Like, I just like it. I just think it's neat. I just think it's cool. We are trapped in. This is gonna be KO number 1. We are in Overgrow range. We are max level. Silent at this level in Overgrow guarantees outspeed and kills Groudon with Solar Beam. Alright. 1 down. This Groudon was over-leveled for this level cap at level 80, which is kind of mean, but it's fine. Not a big deal. It's not the only one that's above the level cap, by the way. There's one more. We'll see that guy later. For now, we take the Magma Storm tick, and Tangrowth comes in. Tangrowth here is going to go for a random move, and we're going to have Silent sacrifice himself. Thank you for all your protect baiting. Hopefully, I won't need you from this point forward, but this loss hurts. This was a pretty integral part of my box. But this was the only way I saw through the Groudon. We're going to be switching in Falkner. This is going to be the second sacrifice of this fight. First up, we're setting up Tailwind, while he goes for Weather Ball. This Weather Ball, even on a crit, even with the subsequent damage from the Magma Storm, even with the subsequent damage from the Toxic, will never kill me. Barely. With Tailwind, we are now faster than this Tangrowth, and more importantly, our Dragapult in the back is going to be faster than the entire team. We take the Toxic, we take the Magma Storm, and now we take the kill with Flare Blitz. In the sun, with a Charcoal, the minimum damage for Flare Blitz is 90%. Tangrowth has already taken 2 ticks of Life Orb, so he's at 80%. Little over, doesn't matter. Flare Blitz is a guaranteed kill. Now, unfortunately, with Tangrowth's high HP stat and Falkner's relatively low, the recoil kills us. We knew that was going to happen, and that's fine. We're going to be switching in Dragapults. Raihan here is now faster than the entire team and shows a kill on the entire team. So it's just going to be down the line, Garchomp. Garchomp is dead to both Dragon Darts and Draco Meteor. We're just going to go for the Draco Meteor for the sake of it. Neither of them can miss, so it's not really relevant. We have, after this KO, one more turn of Tailwind. That last turn of Tailwind is crucial. It's the only way that we were able to outspeed the Choice Scarf Naganadel that's going to come in right now. Sunlight is strong. That sun is going to remain. We're going to get some damage from the Magma Storm. Okay. And this is the Naganadel. Tailwind has not petered out yet, so Dragon Darts is a guaranteed kill onto Naganadel. Hell, even one hit of that Dragon Darts was almost enough. It's honestly insane. We take another bit of recoil from Life Orb. We get some more experience. The Tailwind ends, but we are still faster than the remaining parts of this team, which is the Mew, and it is the Houndoom. Mew comes in first, just down the line. As we show a kill, Mew is going to go for Psychic Fangs. The only move that is highest damage and shows a... It doesn't show a kill, but it's highest damage, so it's only going to be Psychic Fangs. We're going to go to Kiawe. This is going to be our third sacrifice of this fight. We take one Psychic Fangs. We can take that just fine. Sunlight is still strong. And unfortunately, we need to use one of our valuable tools, and that is, aside from Kiawe itself, of course, the normal gem. With the normal gem equipped, Explosion onto Mew is a guaranteed one-shot. Kiawe could take 2 Psychic Fangs combined with 1 tick of Magma Storm. There's the normal gem. So we were always safe to go in on the Psychic Fangs and take this kill. Kiawe, thank you for all you did, especially in like this last few fights, because you've been there for a lot of it. That leaves one Mon, Mega Houndoom. Mega Houndoom has solar power, meaning at the end of every turn, he takes 12.5% of his damage. To ensure we get it into a range where Dragapult can kill. He's the only Mon we have that is faster than the Houndoom. One of 2 Mons, but the only one on the team right now. But he can only deal about 66% to a Mega Houndoom. 66%. So we need to get a few turns in. That means we fake out this Houndoom as it Mega Evolves. He will have solar power, therefore he will not be able to do anything other than get flinched. In doing this, we do some damage. We let it take a tick of the solar power while we take a tick of the Magma Storm. Okay, some damage here, some damage there. And now he will go for Flamethrower. Now, technically, Seabolt will always live that. However, just because it doesn't mean it's not going to get sacrificed here. It's our 4th sacrifice of this fight. This fight is bloody. It always is. There's very few scenarios where it isn't like 3+ Mons dying. For me, it's 4. This is the last sacrifice we have. We see another tick of the solar power, and right now, Houndoom is low enough to where the Dragon Darts will kill me. To give Seabolt a last hurrah, we're gonna Mega Evolve it and click Hydro Pump. If for some reason he goes for Destiny Bond, for whatever goddamn reason, then at least Seabolt will take out Houndoom with it. It won't, of course. Flamethrower saw a kill, Dark Pulse saw a kill, Solar Beam saw a kill. This was inevitable. It's fine. Another tick of solar power. And 2 Mons remain. Raihan is going to take the final kill of this fight. With Dragon Darts, with Houndoom below 50%, 2 ticks of Dragon Darts are guaranteed to KO the Houndoom. Rupture your eardrums and win this fight. Oh, man. But we made it past Hell Room! One of the most evil parts of this game has been completed. There has to be some reason why Groudon fled. That's what you're trying to say, aren't you? Huh. You think I didn't know that? With Groudon gone, there's no longer any need for this blasted volcano. I'm going after Groudon, so this is where we part. As a reward for defeating Maxi, you get a Mega Houndoom Stone, so Houndoominite. I believe there's more, but I don't remember. Isn't there like a hidden item here somewhere? I don't know, I don't remember. Regardless, we're out. We are done with Magma Hideout. That was our goal for today, to get out of Magma Hideout and be able to continue. And we managed to do that. It took... Hell Room itself took 6 victims. 1 due to my own stupidity. 5 guaranteed sacrifices. Hell Room leaves has no mercy. Silent, one of our best protect baiters. Thank you, and until next time. Faulkner, incredible mon, like for a very, very long time. Sadly, we could not go any further with Faulkner. Thank you and goodbye. Seabold, you were there too. This was literally your only fight. And Kiawe, one of our show armor mons, one of our most explosive mons. Incredible. They're trying to resuscitate him, but sadly it's too late. Kiawe, thank you. Our box has reached below 30 once again, which sucks. But with Magma Hideout done, we can set our sights on the next big threat, and that is Matt. We're gonna go to Aqua Hideout. That's gonna be the next stream, though. I've done what I wanted to do today. I have not prepared for Aqua Hideout whatsoever, and it's probably a good idea to do that now. I'll spare you guys the details, because the planning part of this is always the most boring. With that said, thank you everyone that was here for a bit. Let's bring you guys over to someone else, actually. Let's see, where's the raid thingy? I'll go here. Actually, before anything else, Beaten. Next fight, Aqua Hideout, fight number 1. It's a 6-mon team, and I see already very quickly Focus Band, Bright Powder, Quick Claw, Focus Band. Water Gem Surf? What? Okay. Anyway, Quick Claw, Focus Sash, Bright Powder, Focus Band, Light Clay, Scope Lens, Bright Powder, Weakness Policy. This one is not giving you any reprieve. But that's for next time. Okay, what would be a fun place to raid you guys to? Let's see if there's anyone who is like currently streaming. No, I don't want to make a clip. I wanted to raid. I see a guy who is currently in a run about Hardcore Nuzlocke on Flannery Split. I think that's probably a good place to bring you guys. So let's do that. This is the delivery guy. He is on attempt 13, has completed... is on Flannery Split, and I think that's about it. So, yeah, I'll bring you guys over there. Paid forward, as one should. Let's update the death counter for real quick before we go. And I think that's all for now. So, until next time, see you guys around. And have a good rest of your Easter. Bye-bye.